Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion, Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to K100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead, follow, on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk. Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrot.com. At ShopPayCarrot.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCarot.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go, come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
You know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck On start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson threw on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLPC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to K100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead, follow, on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrot.com. At ShopPayCarrot.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MCC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCarot.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go, come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLPC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Less than 5 minutes away from the start of some spooky racing. Welcome everyone back to MCC Cincinnati for coverage of the Pro-Am Karting Championship and Kart Halloween as Batavia, Ohio looks to get very Halloween-like. I'm Justin Prince. Alongside me in the booth is Taylor Burris as we get set to count down to green for your pre-finals for round number 7 of this championship. We've seen plenty of racing all throughout the year, but now we get ready for some very cool racing. In terms of temperatures specifically, since it's still below 50-60 degrees Fahrenheit. But we have a grand total of 9 classes on hand, Taylor, that all look to fight for race wins here today.
Absolutely, and hello everyone as we get set to go racing. Oh, we got a pirate out there on the grid. As we know, it is Kart Halloween. Great to see some of our officials celebrating the Halloween spirit here this weekend. Don't forget about the chili cook-off later on and the Australian Pursuit race happening later on this afternoon. And of course, our friends over at the K1 Circuit in Whiteland also having a little bit of fun for their round 11 of the Indianapolis Karting Challenge for them, and great to see the action over there happening as well with Brad Dalton and of course Sheldon Atkins covering the action over there.
Yes, a very busy weekend for those here for the grassroots side of things here on Kart Chaser, to say the very least. But today we look to see where things shake up in regards to these pre-finals. Set the grid for the finals. Remember the race distances when it comes to the series. 8 minutes plus 1 lap for the pre-final. 10 minutes plus 2 laps for the final. Your track map now to talk about things once again. Your passing opportunities expected to be in the infield. 4 and 7, as you talked about earlier, Taylor. We are not using the major passing section past where turn 12 is.
No, we are not, Justin. We're not normally using the fishhook like we have been in past rounds of the championship. Going to be a little bit more interesting here. We're basically running the legacy, the original circuit of the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Excited to see how this will all play out. Just shy of 7/10 of a mile, and still provides some great racing action throughout the series here today as we get set. Karts are about to roll off here momentarily, and we'll turn them loose here for the next 8 minutes plus a lap.
Absolutely, it should be interesting around this 12-turn, 0.69 mile racetrack where things get shaken up soon. Drivers still have an estimated less than 2 minutes to work with, or they have to get rolling here today for official start time. Race officials, keep in mind, those at the racetrack today have already indicated through the official series Discord server that we will be ready racing throughout the entire day today, meaning we should be, if there's any no issues, should say, breezing through the schedule. Do you need race suits? And I'm not talking Halloween suits here today. Well, Sparco has some. Go to Shop AKR to get your suits today. To be able to go racing, scan the QR code for more. But it's time for the drivers to hit the racetrack. It looks like they are ready to rev up the engines and let them fire off after qualifying earlier today. Now we're about to find out how things go, starting with the 206 Masters. Remember, we had 17 entries, 16 took part in the qualifying session earlier. The spread was 4.3 seconds in the session. It's time to hit the racetrack. We'll see how they'll start in the next moments or so. It should be a fun time, Taylor, to see where things shake up. We have at least 3-4 competitors up at the front that you can put in as a potential winner at minimum. That's how interesting this class can be. It's going to be a thick class when it comes to starting order.
Absolutely. Let's give you your starting lineup for your 206 Masters pre-final event. It's going to be Derek Hastings and Matthew Lyda on the front row, with Alan Elwood in third position. Matt Geis round out row 2. Ronald Swift and Chris Gorman will be in row 3, followed by Christopher Iannello and Matt Overbeck in row number 4. Rounding out your top 10 is Matt Noble and Dan Monison, with Kevin Simonellic, Scott Monison in row 6. Carson Noble, Jennifer Hildebrand in row 7, Corey Albright, Jeffrey Metter, and Mike Doty round out your 17-card field.
Let's look top to bottom about your run. You were here today as the 206 Masters look to get us started. Derek Hastings in the black, Matthew Lyda with the white helmet with the more white than red cart. Right side of your screen. It's time to fist bump. It's time to get ready for the trampolines. We're happy to have you with us from Tavia, Ohio for today's action here on Kart Chaser. We have a grand total of 18 races plus the Australian Pursuit event on the docket today. Let's find out how we start off here this afternoon. Taking the slow roll up to wait for the green. Green light is on. Green, green, green. We're underway for 206 Masters. And Hastings brings Alan Elwood with him. Elwood jumps to second right from the jump, already trying to provide pressure for the race lead as they cycle in the top 3 run away.
Already a top 3 breakaway as Lyda gets a little bit of a bobble right there. It goes very wide, drops back to third position. That opens the door for Lyda to take over the second spot as they make their way down into the second hairpin. Lyda with a big head of steam trying to get himself rolling, but you see your top 3 now setting themselves up to work together to try and pull away from the rest of the competition. They snake their way up towards the top of the hill, and they will work their way through as Swift, Geis, and Iannello try to work together to keep up with your top 3.
Perfect start for the top 3, but it's not done up at the front because pressure is on from Ben Lyda. Thought about a move on Hastings, decided against it. Hastings leads the first lap. Up no, Matt Overbeck and Kevin Simonellic went up 3 spots apiece on lap 1 alone. Those drivers up to 6th and 7th, but are already ways back. Lyda takes the lead, sending it through 4. Able to send the stem and be able to move forward. Look at this though. Swift's been able to close up with that pass. It's now a 4-card breakaway.
Absolutely great run right there with your top 3 battling, swapping positions right now. That brings in Ronald Swift into the hunt for a chance of a podium starting position in the feature race later on as they come out of the final corner down the front straightaway, nose to tail. Keep an eye on Geist. He's also closing in. We're about to have ourselves a 5-car train here as they head off into 1.
That's it. Matt Geist able to keep on the pressure last time through. There's 4/10 out the pace of the race leader. Easier said than done to be able to keep up here. Matthew Lyda setting the tone right now. Hastings feeling pressure. Looking like Hastings out to play a lot of defensive lines here. By the way, Metter having some issues. The 2-car not even record any laps on the racetrack. Mike Doty had issues in qualifying. It's already fallen to last on the pile and also is not being scored currently. So 2 drivers having at least some sort of issues in the early going. Everybody else trying to chase that 9 machine here. Taylor, nothing doing to close on up after Lyda with this clean air has been able to just break away.
Really good run right here by Matthew Lyda as we approach the halfway distance of the race. Hastings just biding his time, not really wanting to work on making passes to try to bunch the field back up. I think it's safe to say everyone's just going to settle in, get back into a rhythm, try to see what they can do, cause some separation possibly. So far, no changes whatsoever as some of your biggest movers are working their way up through the field. Currently, Kevin Simonellic picking up 3 spots so far after starting 11th.
Not bad at all for some of these drivers in terms of how well they've been able to push in the opening laps here. But the thing is, only so far you can get when you have a pack like this breakaway. The top 4, 1 second up. Geist has not been able to close the gap. Meanwhile, it's up to 1.6 seconds between him and Swift on the racetrack. Top 3 control things still. Hastings seems to have the straight line speed here, Taylor. The problem is getting enough of a run to try and take this lead back. He seems to be willing to wait, as we normally see at this level.
Elwood looking to try to pick it up a little bit here. He just set fastest lap of the race, and I think he might have something up his sleeve, but I know how patient he is. He doesn't want to push the envelope. He waits for that aggressiveness to kick in a little later in the run. And with those top 3, they have separated themselves from Swift. Swift and Geist trying to see if they can get together to make a run towards your top 3.
Yeah, at this point, you'd have to think the top 3 are exactly where they want to be. 4/10 up last time by, on pace, by the way. Elwood was the quickest out of the 3, in fact. And now in Elwood, we know, based on what we've seen throughout this championship, past couple seasons, has been able to make daring passes at times. Elwood needs to find a way to pick up points. Lina doing exactly what he needs for the points category. Nothing doing for the 5 machine in terms of the runs, though. It's been more Hastings on the charge. Under 3 minutes to go. It's Hastings to the inside into turn 1. It's Derek Hastings back up top.
And that's where we're going to see a lot of the passing opportunities for the major runs. Right there off of turn 12, he ducked out, got the run he needed, slingshot past Lida right there, beautiful drive. And now here comes Elwood. He's going to try to show the nose, set something up into turn number 7. Not close enough to try anything here. Tough break. He's going to have to wait a little bit, settle back in, and see if he can continue pushing. He may wait and see if Lida goes, if he's close enough, and work with him to get past Hastings.
That's the huge thing right now. If we see that become the case right now, coming up to some lap traffic possibly, actually. That's how big some of the separation has gone here on the racetrack. Some of the drivers have fallen as far back as 18 seconds on the interval. Some of them as far as 44 seconds in terms of some of the gaps. Pushed by Lida, trying to make it a 2-car breakaway. Elwood better in the corners in turn 4, though, keeping things close. The graphic designer looking for a way to draw something up. Hastings slid the tires, but Lida went a little bit better on corner exit. Nothing doing, though, for Ascend. Get ready to run back down the front straightaway. About a minute to work with here, Taylor. About 2, maybe 3. Looking like we're going to get 3 laps, maybe 2 here. And it looks like Albright saying to go to my right as he tries to keep a straight line.
Great heads up there by lap traffic, just not wanting to get involved in with the battle for the race lead. He will duck back in behind them, in between those 3 and Swift and Geist right now, as he tries to work his way around the circuit. As we keep an eye on the battle for second between Elwood and Lida. Elwood looks to go to the outside this time as they work their way down the short chute. Side by side with Lida, though, the inside advantage helps him to maintain that second position. With these two battling, that allows Hastings to start to pull away a little bit.
Yeah, you see right now trying to find a way to close up quick here with this. Hastings really able to run away this lap. All while second continues to feel the pressure. By the way, Swift still holding on the popcorn seat. Near contact in the background with Geist in the lap traffic. But we're down to under 2 laps to go here. Clock reaches zeros this time through. Will there be a change for second? Try and swap around points. Indeed, there will be. Elwood runs on the curb. Can't get the job done. Lida pushes back. Lida clears on by as they go up to 7.
He's got to try to find a way to cross him over a little bit better because he's struggling with that off-corner exit. He gets the inside advantage off exit, but doesn't have the inside advantage going into the next corner. That's what's struggling right now for Lida. And with now they coming around to take the white flag, it is all for nothing as Hastings continues to pull away.
we go. White flag is out, final time around here for our first race of the day. Very clean action so far, expecting one pickup here from this one. But Hastings has been able to have a very strong end of run, 51 threes. Last time by for the battle for second, they were 3/10 off the pace of the leader. Lina continues to defend. Elwood running out of chances, will need to be a bit brave if he wants to be able to make a move. Will there be a chance to draft on by down the front straightaway maybe? Let's find out. Up to 12 they go. Elwood looks to set something up. Takes a small peek, takes a big peek. Derek Hastings takes the checker flag. Matthew Lina does outscore Elwood for the championship points with Swift and Geist in your top 5 here, Taylor. Good start to the day. Derek Hastings has good long run speed, it seems.
He certainly does, and I think for someone like Lida and Elwood, they need to think about how they're going to battle it out in order to allow Hastings to get away. You don't want to have that happen, especially with championship points on the line between the two of them. Makes you wonder if that is the case, will we see some changes as far as how hard they will race each other when it comes to the gap between themselves and your race leader of Derek Hastings?
That's a question in everybody's minds here, as we will have some pickup with one card off the racetrack as said. Everybody else go off circuit here, or we'll take a commercial break as they clean things up a little bit. You're watching Kart Chaser from MCC Cincinnati.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarskakRacing.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to today's action here on Kart Chaser MCC, the host of today's racing. Let's take a look at the starting lineup for 206 Junior. Adler Klein is on the pole with Tegan Snyder alongside today. William Richard will start in third with Homer Heyman in the fourth position. Edward Cloker will start in fifth with Lincoln DeCoster in sixth spot. Carson Benjamin and Vince Trusky will start in the top 8. Luke McCloskey will start in 9th. Jason Bethune will start in 10th position. Let's look down to bottom of the junior lineup here today. Taylor Klein set the tempo earlier on in qualifying. Now the pressure is on to be able to hold off one of the dominant drivers of the season in Snyder up at the front.
Yeah, really exciting to see how this all plays out. There you see Klein in the Tony Kart. Schneider looking to continue on with another great performance this season as they get lined up, ready to go racing here today. And the 206 Juniors, as they work their way around the circuit, warming up those tires. Temperature still very cold out there, and I gotta say, love the pristine golf course style look that we have here at MCC. The fall colors really showing the vibrance here at MCC, and just makes you want to come out here and enjoy some great racing action here in the season finale of the Pro-Am Karting Championship at MCC.
Certainly does, to say the very least. Now it's the matter for these drivers. See where things shake up. Again, 8 minutes back up on the board, and we have a spinner.
Oh.
That
is the
Butler.
number 26.
Yeah, back of the field as Butler. He's able to get back in the seat. Will we have to re-rack and stack, though? They are still slow rolling their way up to the tram lines. They will go green, and we are going to go green. So Butler starts way back. Klein pushes his way forward. Snyder shuffled back to fourth to start.
And I don't think it's done just yet. He'll try to fight his way up into the third position as William Richards with company will try to battle it out. How about the battle for the race lead starting to heat up as Homer Heyman makes a contact. Around he goes, collecting Schneider and more. It's a big pileup going into the turn 4.
Just about everybody sliding their way into turn 4. Several drivers trying to get going. Snyder, I think, one of the drivers still trying to get into the seat back there. So a big shakeup for the standings, to say the least, early on. One driver still stuck. Everybody else appears to have gotten going from the scene.
That was totally unexpected, I have to say, of the situation. I hate to say it, but I think Homer Heyman getting a little too aggressive right there, trying to make a pass for the race lead, and that was what caused the big pileup. That will move Edward Kloecker up to second, Ethan Langley, Henry Muscool, and Liam Richter up into the top 5, some of their best runs of the seasons.
Yeah, big shake of a track position. Snyder is officially scored down in 7, 10 seconds back of the leader. This will definitely change things up for how things will line up for the final, to say the very least, later on. But Klein right now holds on to the buffer. This is exactly what you want to see here. A chance to be able to pull away here for the 33 and eat into that points gap. Try and figure out how close he can get for the championship. At the very least, Klein in line for second spot in the title fight after today. The big thing will be, how close can he get to that 9 machine?
Well, with Tegan Schneider currently sitting in 6th position, he is making headway, but he's 10 seconds back from your race leader. He can maybe break into the top 5 before this is all said and done, so he may have a shot of gaining up some valuable position to kind of stop the bleeding in a sense, so may not be what we were expecting to see for Adler Klein, but Tegan Schneider has still quite a bit of work to do.
It's going to be easier said than done. Schneider's next card up is 4 seconds, by the way. We're taking a look at some of the battle packs around the racetrack. Yeah, Maskell who is in this pack. Langley leads it in third. Richter also is in this pack. Some of these drivers we haven't touched upon too much all throughout the season here. Just the nature of how some of these races gonna go. Ethan Langley, one of the drivers in this field looking to hold on, has been around for a long while. Look back to some of the racing history in terms of some of the karting scenes. Good pace right now, but the problem is that top two has that extra little bit of oomph right now. Last time by, the leader ran near 2 seconds quicker than some of these drivers you see on screen.
Yeah, I mean, right now for Adler Klein, it's all about just logging laps, getting to the finish here, not making any too many mistakes here as he tries to gather himself up and continue on. And that gap is continuing to lead, but still, great run for Kloecker, Langley, and Maskell, who we're seeing right now on screen, putting on a great performance. This is what allows them to get that opportunity to try and work their way up and have some better runs, get some extra points maybe for their championship to wrap up the season. This is going to help them out significantly.
Definitely will, to say the very least here. Still plenty of racing to go. Looking at these gaps really reduced down, by the way. Raw speed for Snyder once again. Heyman after the spin in 7th. Set the fast lap time just recently, 2/10 quicker than Snyder. And Snyder is in the midst of making these passes. Picks off one. Able to zip on by Richter. Looks to send his eyes on the rest of the respective pack here pretty quickly. He's already eating up the gap of 5 kart lengths rapidly. Heyman also zipping on by Heyman. Going to the inside for a pass also. Snyder makes one. Up to the top 4. Heyman now into the top 6 with the passes too.
Great drive right there for Homer Heyman as he is closing that gap to the back bumper of Maskell. He's looking to pick up a couple of more spots to the inside. Makes the pass complete as Schneider gets around Langley here and now sets his sights on Kloecker. There, though, quite a ways back. 6 seconds separates these two from Kloecker in second place. With 3 minutes plus a lap to go, they're going to need a little bit of help to try and chase him down.
Yes, they indeed will at this point. As they go, we'll see where things go for the rest of the field. So, just less than 2.5 minutes to work with. Give credit to Heyman. Able to recover from a spin and a slide. Just kind of showcases how much drive that driver has. 52 flats throughout this entire run. Fastest kart out of anybody. You have to wonder if it wasn't for that spin, we might be talking about that 43 controlling the way here today.
Either Heyman or Schneider would have been the ones that would have been battling with Klein to control their destiny here as we go a little further back to watch the battle with Wilkie and McCluskey, who are having a good fight for 8th position.
Yes, McCluskey 15 seconds back of the race leader with Nesbitt. McCluskey so is trying to shuffle around in that respective pack of the backdrop, but Heyman is now right on the doorstep of a top 3 here in this pre-final. Looked a little bit to the outside for a split second on Snyder. Snyder not making any aggressive defensive moves yet in that battle as we look back again as Richter has fallen all the way down into 8th spot in the running order on the speed. Meanwhile, when do you go if you're the 43? When do you set this up for the pass?
Try to stay close up behind. See maybe if you can close the gap. I don't think that's going to be the case right now because it's kind of stalled out between himself and Kloecker here. And as they work their way out of the final corner, here they come. There is Adler Klein leading the charge. 3.2 second advantage as they work their way through. But for Schneider, he's just got to be on the defensive as best he can. Hey, Heyman's going to try something, but hopefully won't make the same mistake twice.
That's at least got to be the hope going. The way Carson Benjamin having an issue just fell down the running order. So the 98 machine having some issues down on the course. I believe they are now falling, but have now been able to get back going in 15th position. Clock going to reach zeros this time by through. Should be coming up to the 1 to go mark. Will the run come from Heyman? Be able to get alongside Snyder. Just been waiting in the popcorn seat as he equalized out with the draft. Zeros up on the board. 1 lap to go. This time through for the field, believe. We'll have to double check that. It is 2 to go on the display. So Klein so far ahead, they've got an extra lap on the racetrack. Nothing doing from Homer. Will he find his way to dive pretty soon? He's going deeper in the braking zone, just not there.
He is not close enough to try anything right there, Justin, as they come over here. Let's see what he does. He stays tucked up behind, realizes he's not close enough. May try something on the final lap here as they try to work together and continue on racing. Hey, Heyman looks around to see if he can find his opening. Not close enough to try anything yet. Puts the back bumper to him a little bit right there as they come up the hill. But for these two competitors, it is going to be a fight to the finish as they come down across the start-finish line for the final time.
Final time around, white flag is out officially. This time through up on the boards. Heyman not able to make the pass. Heyman still looking to set something up, looking for a place to go, any place to go, to be able to take away third spot from Snyder, pick up some points. Snyder's been able to pick up the points he needs, solidly wise at least, to help himself out for later, get track position. He's got speed for later. He's been able to trim the gap for what was around a few more seconds back, around 9-10 seconds, less than 8. That time they had no issues getting around Butler. Checker flag comes out for Adler Klein. Klein dominates his way through the 206 Junior. Second goes to Glecker. Glecker gets it by less than 4 seconds to the leader. Drag race for third. Snyder does hold on by a few 1,000ths over Heyman. Then it's Wilkie in the top 5. The rest of the field makes its way through. Maxey gets the top 10 at the very end. Nesbitt wants the final spots there. Richter does hold on to 7th after dropping to as low as 8th in the later stages. Taylor.
Great drive right there amongst these competitors as they work their way through. But now it's all going to be a matter of how this will play out for Schneider and Homer Heyman in the finals later on this afternoon. But Adler Klein showing he has the pace as long as he can keep it up front.
Absolutely. So 206 Senior coming up here in the next few moments. Terrell, your thoughts for this race coming up?
Well, it's one of our premier classes that we're going to be keeping an eye on as well as we get set for the 206 Senior category. And here we go, your starting lineup. It's going to be a front row of Henry Wheeler and Braden Heber. Those are going to be your two favorites to keep an eye on here today, with Ben Lyda and Addison Iannello in row 2. Rows 3 will see Jordan Klein and Garrett Hagerman in rows 3, with Nolan Holiday and Beckham Lewis in row 4. Rounding out your top 10 is Alex Zaxilo and Ryan Crouch. Moving on into the rest of the field is going to be Gavin Degenhart, Tanner Gorman, and Chase Adams, your 13-cart field. And it is going to be one to watch. Henry Wheeler, Braden Heber. Heber looking to try to get some more points to try and close the gap and hold on to the championship lead over Iannello. Iannello starting a little bit further back. Could be a possibility of a change-up in the championship run.
So Kart's making their sure they are all set to go here for today. As we continue on our preparations for 206 Senior action. It looks like these drivers now the command to be able to go here. It's going to be interesting here where this race shakes up once the field, especially with some of the talent in the field, Taylor. This is about to be fun.
Absolutely. Henry Wheeler, Braden Heber are going to be some of the favorites. Iannello, who's also in the hunt with the championship with Braden Heber. I mean, it's a guess of who's who is going to come out on top here today.
Who's your pick to win this?
I mean, you can't go against Henry Wheeler. He is going to be the favorite here as, oh, what do we got going on here? Some issues for Henry Wheeler, and he's out of his cart. What is the problem?
That might be the quickest commentator's curse I've ever seen to a pick for the race win. Within 1 second, Wheeler has issues and is still trying to fire up, now gets it fired off.
There he goes, but a very interesting situation.
So we'll see how they sort things out with the order here. It looks like they're already checking up to make sure that they get things corrected here. As a result of Wheeler's issues off the start, should be able to see him in theory retake his spots. We'll see if that is indeed going to be the case here. So far, passing has been pretty difficult unless you're good into 4 or 7 as we've seen. Wheeler does indeed get the chance to retake his position up at the front of the field. Good year for Henry Wheeler when it comes to racing once again this season, all across the country. Just recently, when it comes to his last major postings, had a top 5 in the last CIK Grands. That was amongst the medium action, but also done well in senior heavy in terms of the final. But the field is ready this time. It's time for Wheeler and Heber to battle. Green, green, green. We're underway. It's Heber on the better launch.
Really didn't help out, though, because there goes Wheeler with the better run onto the corner here, and he is going to hold on. How about the battle for second, though, between Heber and Iannello as they jockey for position out of there and heading down the short chute. It's now single file. Iannello just going to try to settle in, see what they can do, and as they do so, Heber tries to put the pressure on, and here comes the next driver of Lida right there in the hunt.
Seen Ben Lida do well all throughout the season, also in this series. Right now, the Blue Blur tries to find a way to keep up with Wheeler on track. First minute or so burned off the clock right here as Wheeler holds serve up front. So, now it becomes a true case here, Taylor. What do you do to try and close up to that 0? He's 0 on the racetrack, 1 on top minute scoring here. Well, I mean, looks like for Lida, he makes the pass at least.
He does, but the question is, how well is he going to try to work together? Those 2 cars are team cars right there, as you see them trying to see what they can do. But Lida, I think, may go on the defensive to keep Heber, Klein, and Iannello behind.
Yes, absolutely. Right now, Heber going to at least push. See how well the pushing does work here.
Uh-oh, we got a black flag for Braden Heber on a jump start. A warning for Henry Wheeler on the jump start. So that's going to be a penalization right there for Braden Heber, as they now switched it back to a warning flag, not a black flag.
So the entire front row getting a warning there with the commitment cones there. See how that impacts things in the final running order if they end up doing it again. Absolutely here, but the warning flags popping up. So, all that being said, Lida is pushing that stealth cart, trying to find a way to go. All while Wheeler doing solid, holds on by a cart length and a half now to under a cart length. This choo-choo train staying pretty connected, by the way. It's right now a 6-cart breakaway. Ryan Crouch has got it up to 7th, up 3 spots in the next pack. So a lot of big names here in the championship, like Iannello, still within touch to your race leader.
The problem is Addison is a little bit behind the chances of keeping up with Heber. There's only one kart separating the two of them. That is being Klein, as now Klein goes to the inside, makes the pass complete, moving him up to third position with that beautiful pass. As he sets himself up, he wants to try and chase down your top two. And as they work their way through, watch out, because here comes Addison Iannello with the driver of Nolan Holiday, giving them a help as they come out of the final corner down the front straightaway. Let's see who decides to duck out. No one's thinking of it yet. Halfway as they work their way back into one.
Halfway through, still more than 4 minutes to go on the clock, though, itself in this race. Lada in prime position to go whenever he chooses to go in this situation. Comes down to wins the best chance to pounce last time through. It's the first lap not to set a personal best, only by a couple of thousandths though was the difference from the previous time on through. Lida, there's a professional noise producer in terms of his career path, but was amongst the top 12 3 weeks ago when it came to CIK Grand National competition. He's able to put up respect for performance out of 65 karts after qualifying originally 36th position with Steel Motorsports in that respective camp. We know Lida can put together some good performances. He's looking to keep one up today, as it looks like just trying to match toe for toe and wait for his chance, just electing to push on Wheelers back in.
Curious to see how these drivers are going to work their way around, as Iannello and Holiday are starting to battle for position a little bit. Light on Wheeler, not really pushing the envelope, just working well together to keep each other ahead of the rest of the field. Klein trying to see what he can do with help from Heber, look over the shoulder from Wheeler, see what he's going on as he tucks in, tries to keep himself up with those RPMs as high as possible, and continues to pull away here. In fact, last time by, setting the fastest lap of the race.
Not bad on the speed, absolutely, here. That's what happens when you stay coordinated, like these steel machines are doing right now. To be able to pull away, make this a two-car race, going to set the tone potentially for later on today. Better yet, could have some potential shakeups when it comes to championship seeding in the point standings. Keep in mind, Heber still outscoring Iannello, though, more importantly, for that championship with a 15-point difference there. If Heber can keep up that small difference before Sunday, still have a razor-thin margin, but still be in a decent spot for Sunday's championship. There's a look at Heber working with the back end of Klein. Again, just riding along, and right now holding on to a 7/10 bumper over the championship rival.
7/10 is all the difference here that is needed between the competitors, as it's now starting to continue to grow further and further apart as those two of Wheeler and Lida continue to just settle down and hold on to position, knowing that it's all for them to go for it. And it's actually helping Ben Lida maybe to have a shot of moving up further in the running order for the championship. Currently right now, he's at least in contention to get into the top 5 in the championship with a run like this.
Yeah, still a good chance, absolutely. Well, this is with 1 minute to go on the clock. Looks like a small peak. Lida looked to be offset there that time. Wheeler getting a little bit defensive still. Looking like at this point, was about to say, I think we had the same thought. Lida just biding his time, right? Trying to figure out a place to plot and plan. Wheeler has to know exactly where things are going to come pretty soon with the way the nature of this racetrack is. Just with all of his experience here, just looking over the shoulder, keeping things at bay, looking like we're going to get maybe 3 or 2 laps here pretty soon.
Yeah, Wheeler is just being patient. He knows that he's not in contention for the championship, of course, and will try everything he can to help Lyda out with it if he can. But also, as a driver, you want to go out there, you want to win these events as well, get another trophy in the trophy case for yourself as well. And for Wheeler, I think he's just settling in. Of course, this organization that he's with is also great for learning, testing, and tuning it to help make sure to improve upon it, as Heber tries to get himself going, see if he can find his way around the driver of Klein. So far, not really able to make any ground on getting around him to at least get an extra position ahead of Addison Iannello as they come around, white flag in the air.
Final time around, Heber thought about a move for a split second to get a buffer. Iannello, though, has fallen to 6th, more importantly for points. Heber gets in a little bit more of a buffer. Up front, Wheeler, some hand signals. Does Lyda respect them? Or does he go for send into 7? Air peek behind, a double check from Lyda. Nothing doing. Not close enough to make the move. Now as they make their way through the final sector, Wheeler needs to hold on for one more major drafting stretch. One more opportunity to try and go for it for Lyda. He loses ground out of 12. Henry Wheeler comes out to MCC Cincinnati and starts off with a victory. Henry Wheeler gets it over Lyda. Heber does take away 3rd from Klein. And then Holiday and Iannello, the top 6. So Heber.
How about that? I was going to say, how about that? Braden Heber getting some help from Klein and Holiday to get an extra 3 spots ahead in the championship running order for Addison Iannello. So that's going to be a big swing.
That was exactly what I was about to mention there, too. Big swing the past few laps there with the change in the standings. So now it's going to be the matter of sorting out our next class and getting ready to go for our next respective race in the order. Next up, 206 Cadets. And these younger drivers will look to see if they will be able to take the skills they've learned all season, try and win a race. Drew Snyder going to be an interesting watch. He's not on the pole. It's Lee Simonellic on the pole. Logan Pollock in front. Harrison Bell will start alongside Drew Snyder. Snyder down in 4th position after what's been a dominant year for the 11. Ryan Hutzbar going over Collins, the top 6. Colton Hoops in 7th. Henry Unkin in 8th. Eli Alexander and Kaysen Tracy, the top 10 and your field. So Snyder's going to have to work for this one. And this field coming up, it's going to be not so easy here compared to some previous events. But Snyder, who has 1,440 points, is just about in the championship clinch. He is just 20 points away from making it a full race distance with max points from securing the title. So the 11 just has to keep on swimming and outscore Colton Hoops, more importantly, with Hayden Lawson not here today. Essentially, Snyder wants to get some more wins on the board, Taylor, get some more hardware, but is in prime position to get a championship as long as nothing major happens today, should for certain be secure by tomorrow.
Yeah, Drew Schneider, of course, picking up a win already, or the last 2 wins last time out in round 5 and 6, looking to try to capitalize on that. But with Hayden Lawson not being here, this could be what Drew Schneider needed in order to clinch the championship. He just pretty much has to finish strong both days in order for him to win.
Absolutely. Well, on today especially, I think just at the minimum, he can even have just a minor day and still outscore, but it really depends on what happens here for full certain. Just want to keep every opportunity possible. We've seen crazy things happen in terms of point standings. But the field is ready. They're going a little bit fast coming up to the tram lines, and green underway. And it's Simonellic who starts off with a decent run and a spinner from 2nd. Bell and Pollock getting checked up there. Some chaos. Not green, just heard on the radio. So we have officially a false start and a spinner on the false start.
Oh, multiple karts involved in this one. That it looks like to be Drew Schneider involved in this. And that's not what Drew Schneider needed to have happen to him.
That might have been the luckiest break, though, because just got word that it was a false start up on the board, not a green flag board. That was displayed after the initial first run, and they're spinning again. That's not good. So this entire field's discombobulated here, and a little bit of carnage here before we re-rack them and stack them. So, got to calm down a little bit here, Taylor. Some of the drivers really on the anti side here, and they're still speeding along. There's still karts having to get back in position here.
Oh boy, here comes Mr. Sean Bailiff to kind of give these drivers, hey, a little bit of a warning. Like, hey, get in line. You're stopping. We're going to go one more time around.
Yep, they're all getting the signal. Let's go around one more time. Want to make sure they're in the right spots here. After the initial spin from one driver and then the secondary spin. I believe they're mostly in position here, but able to at least warm up their tires a little bit more here for this race. Again, clock is not going yet. Most importantly, as a result of this period of caution. So, does this set the tone for the race here, Taylor? You obviously don't want this to be chaotic to the point of spin, spin, spin.
I would hope not. No, I mean, we didn't really see any major issues like that on starts of the race. I mean, we saw incidents happening on the opening lap, but still, it's going to be critical to see how this plays out. I know cold tires are a factor, but I'm wondering to see how if they're going to calm it down a little bit. Still quite a bit of racing. You got to stay in line. And we've already saw from race directors warning drivers, hey, watch what you're doing. Stay inside the blue cones. No passing till after the blue cones. So we'll see how this all plays out on this next attempt of a restart.
Here we go. Field is re-racked and stacked this time through. Seminowick, Pollock, Bell, Snyder, the top four. Huntsbarger, Collins, Hoops, Ormkin, Alexander, Tracy, how they're currently scored. And the field now being told to keep it slow this time. Well, they follow that order. It looks like they are pretty well doing so. Well, we get the green. Green is proper this time. Green, green, green. And this time, we look to see if they're running spins. No, but the top four single file already.
Smart positioning here for everyone. Single file. No one needs to try to make anything brave or heroic on the opening lap. And just as I say that, here comes Pollock to the inside of Simonellic to take over the race lead in his Kart Republic as Bell and Schneider try to catch up as they jockey for second heading over into turn number 7.
Bell slips and slides, able to hold on for the outside of the corner exit. And it's Bell up to second. Snyder remains in fourth. But Simonellic losing a lot of ground off from the onset. Dropped down to third position. First minute or so being burned off the clock by the white Colton Hoops in the midst of a battle with Collins. It's also gained a fair bit of ground from the initial start. Able to jump for sixth position with the drag race. But already some of the drivers who we've seen put some splashes through qualifying here today. They're not amongst the normal drivers here this season for the Cadets, making a statement early on 1 and 2.
Yeah, really good run for both Pollock and Bell. I was impressed with their speeds in qualifying, and I have to say they are continuing that trend in the right direction, and hopefully we'll see them more often, especially next season, when we come back for the Pro-Am Karting Championship. So really excited to see how it plays out amongst the two of them, as Simonelli and Schneider sitting in fourth. Looking right now, Schneider, as long as he can just hold that fourth position, he will be fine, as he now wants to go for an extra spot. He wants to get for third to the inside and cannot complete the pass.
Now Schneider just not moving forward here with this race like we've normally seen that 11 machine be able to zip. All of this is while Pollock and Bell work together to pull away from the rest of the pack. Last time through, they were a good couple tenths of a second at minimum quicker than everybody else in the field. Logan Pollock, again, one of the drivers that have had appearances in CKA East competition for reference over the year. So, some of the drivers with national experience making some headway here today. And that's the major thing you have to keep in mind here, Taylor, too, from some of these drivers is, for some of them, some of the last opportunities, if not second to last chances they may get in this area all year to go racing. And it's drawn in drivers from across the Ohio regions. For example, like Pollock is also one of the drivers who normally races in series like the Buckeye Karting Series, which is, again, from the Buckeye State.
Looking around right now to see how everyone else is managing. Still quite a bit early in the running for competitors, as Bell looks to try to push the pressure on a little bit on Pollock. So far, no one's going to think about making a pass right here at this time as they come out of the final corner, make the run down the front straightaway. And Simonelli thinking about trying to show the nose. Huntsberger right there in the Magic Kart, looking to try to keep up and close in on this group of four.
Yeah, still trying to figure out a way. Nothing has gone really too much different in regards to the top four's running order here. Still 4 minutes to work with here on track. Plot and plan. Bell not eating to the gap really too much here as we run. And it's a bit of a whirlwind when you spin off what was the initial start like that. He's gotten lucky here with this restart, essentially, from the situation, but you have to wonder what was picked up on those tires here, Taylor, from a spin like that for Bell. Going into the spin cycle, sliding off into the grass, what sort of dirt you pick up, anything in terms of marble pickup, anything like that that you get from that sort of a slide from the initial start that may impact you. It takes a little bit of time to clean the tires. They've had a few minutes to get some of that off the tires as they run, but you also have to wonder how that impacts, say, the tire temperatures here from that bit of a slide.
It's not affecting him too much because he is staying all over the back bumper of Pollock, hasn't really lost any ground whatsoever. So yes, the spin might have collected some marbling, some other things on the kart, but it's not affecting him right here at this time. Now, could it affect him in the feature race later today? Maybe, don't know yet, but with the pace he's showing right now, Justin, I would say it's not really hindering his run as Simonelli continues to try to peek out to the inside, with Schneider sitting there in fourth, just waiting to see how it all plays out. But Bell and Pollock continue to try to work together and pull away from the rest of the field.
Still trying to plot and plan is all you can really say in this circumstance here. How things are shaping up. They try and think, try and sort out, will there be any moves in this situation, to say the very least. By the way, race control did send out an official announcement from after that initial warning situation to remind anyone on the grounds or watching along today that you cannot accelerate into the blue acceleration cones or the green flag comes out. That's the rule, and that's why we've seen already past two races a couple of these false start sequences pop up on the racetrack. Lap traffic for the race leaders breaks up the pack a little bit. Simonelli having to go to the inside a little bit earlier, lost some ground for a moment. Nothing Schneider can do to eat into the gap with a minute and a half to work.
See how this all plays out, and watch out, because here comes Simonelek with a run as he tries to close up that gap once again with just under a minute and a half plus an additional lap. I gotta say, Simonelek really is one going to be watched later on in the feature race this afternoon, as he has put on some incredible pace, setting fast lap after fast lap as he gets a great run out of the corner. He might have a shot to get to second. Nope, can't get to the inside. Ducks back in line, doesn't want to lose any time, and he's just tried to settle in for a few more corners.
It's been a patient game throughout this entire run. The top four throughout this entire race remain single file. No major shakeups, no major passes, no major surprises here. Some people walking the grounds here with fall colors popping up around MCC Cincinnati. We're going to see what they can learn from the lines as they continue to plant rubber to the pavement. See how many laps we get at the flag stand, if it's going to be 2 or 1. Based on the amount of time left, it's going to be close with how much we get. By a few seconds, looks like we'll get 2 to go. Here we go. 4 seconds left on the board that time by on the cross, as the top 4 still remain patient. 2 laps confirmed to go.
How about Drew Schneider setting the fastest lap last time by? He's now found his wheelhouse, looking to try to capitalize, maybe pick up a spot or 2 before this is all said and done, as the top 4 bunch back up, and Simonelek just trying to find his opening to get around the driver of Bell.
Nothing has opened up at all, though. That's the huge thing. Still coming up to the white flag this time by. Coming up to 1 lap to go, and now Pollock making some defensive moves. Goes to the middle. Now back to the outside for Bell. Bell gets the run out of turn 1 to the inside, up through the corner. Through 2, Bell makes the chance and makes it work. Bell goes defensive, trying to hold on for 4.
Everything is all whittling down here as Bell takes over the race lead, heading down the short chute, side by side for the race lead, with Pollock going around the outside. He's got help from Simonelek. Crossover, side by side still as they come out of the corner. Now 3 wide as here comes Simonelek and Schneider into the hunt.
Still nothing doing for the 3rd and 4th spots, but Bell looking to try and set up one more opportunity. Pollock has the buffer. Bell needs to eat up 3 kart lengths. That's not going to be easy. Eats up 1, tries to eat 2. Pollock scissor blocks for the spot, but it's the 0-1-3 of Pollock who gets it over Bell. Simonelek in 3rd with Snyder and Huntsbarger, the top 5. Collins, Hoops, Onken, Alexander, Tracy are your running order in Cadets Taylor. An interesting finish. The leaders started to fight late, but again, it was relatively calm.
It really was until that final lap, but how about Logan Pollock to able to capitalize and regain control of the race lead even after having a brief moment or 2 where he lost it. Great run for him. Looking forward to seeing what he can do in the feature later.
So we're almost at the midway point of today's races. It's time for Pro Shifter and Junior Shifter. So how they're lined up is like this. Mitchell Lowry and Riley Pegram on the front row. Larry Pegram and Ben Lida are row number 2. Row 3, Jeff Lida and Fred Robertson. Then you have, remember, in qualifying, some of the juniors qualified higher up, but they'll be split apart here, and the juniors at the back in this group. That means Doug Duff and Tyler Abel will be 7th and 8th. Kevin Simonelek will start in 9th. Homer Heyman will start in 10th position here today. That's the first of the drivers and the juniors, by the way. Nico Gutowski, 2nd in AM, or rather in junior, with Furnish, Lash, and Langley. The rest of your 14 karts on the racetrack here today. So 14 entries ready to zip around the racetrack. Up note, Homer Heyman had qualified a couple drivers in the Pro Shifter category Going to be interesting what the 34 does on raw speed to try and build a buffer over that 92 and company. Coming up here. So we are taking a little bit of time, it looks like, with some of the cleanup on the racetrack before we get the full command. Now we do get the full command to roll this time through. Green lights displayed. Some of the drivers still yet to get into their seats yet. That's how chaotic some of it is getting back here for drivers to get rolling. Looks like we will get moving and get ready to go shifter racing. Let's remind you again, for those who didn't watch earlier on today, what the championship sequences look like for these classes. The junior shifters, when we started recording points last time out in round number 5, Nico Kwiatkowski has that championship lead with 565 points over Layden Mole, who is not here today. Eli Furnish, who competed in one of the 2 days, is third. He is well back for the championship itself, though. Meanwhile, for the pro shifter side of things, Doug Duff has been the most consistent. Has been basically one of a few to be here just about every single weekend. That sees him up with 1,177 points to Nikolai Dukov. Dukov, of course, not amongst those on the entry list. Some of the drivers like Mitchell Lowry haven't seen since the start of the season, by the way, all the way back around April. Looks like some crews sent scrambling here with some troubles on the warm-up laps. 666 having some problems. That's Kevin Semenelic, who had some issues in qualifying, also having a problem here, Taylor.
Yeah, tough break there for Kevin Semenelic, I have to say. Was not expecting that. Had issues. We'll see if he hopefully gets to join back with the competition here before we get started, but it's going to be a tough call, and we'll have to wait and see momentarily. But unfortunate for Semenelic to have 2 issues in the last 2 sessions.
Fiber spun it on around.
That is the 43.
Yeah,
I don't know who that one is.
Yeah, that one do not have a time to score. The field is still trying to sort itself out on the pylon. So we are going to have to go back there another time through, since we had all that chaos there on the lap. So we'll try this again before we get going here, Taylor.
Try to see how it all plays out as they get themselves going around the circuit. This is Tyler Abel trying to get around the circuit as well. But, of course, as we watch on and see, it is going to be Lowry leading the charge there in the Magic Kart. As here they come right behind, as the Pegrams will be following in second and third. We get one more lap, one more time before we go racing here, as there you see the Burrell Arts right there behind, coming home second in the KZ team standings for the Burrell Art manufacturer. As they try to get themselves going, of course, with the team of Trinity Karting Group being one of the main factory-supported back teams with Burrell Art, along with PSL Karting. As we try to see if Semenelic does get refired, which he does. The 2 main staples of karting for the Burrell Art manufacturer here in the United States.
So everyone paces themselves here and gets themselves ready to go here. It's about in position to fly around this racetrack. So, once again, we look to see how things fare out with Lowry ready to control things when we get going here on this cool afternoon. Clock still not going officially for the races, since we have not gotten yet to the starting gates. Looks like this time we will. Here they go, finally able to line things up here after a lengthy setup. Remember with the shifters, standing starts per series regulations to be able to get fired off here in this class. So we're just about ready to go. Shifter and junior shifter underway as the field makes its way to 2.
How about that start right there by Riley Pegram as well as they work their way through. Beautiful jump, and they will continue on. Riley and Larry Pegram now leading the charge with them working their way through. Larry leading in first, then Lowry, then Riley as they head back into the corner, and that allows the driver of Jeff Lyda right there in fourth as they make the run.
So already Pegram trying to control things. Lowry having some early braking marks here, losing some ground. Apex off at the moment. Pressure is put on by Riley Pegram. Larry looks to hold serve up at the front. Heyman has moved up to the lead. Meanwhile, in the juniors, by the way, in the 34 kart, Kukatowski relegated down to 10th overall on the track as Doug Duff fell down to 9th. Minute burned off the clock. Top 3 have broken away.
It is no surprise to see these 3 break away. They are some of the top shifter drivers here in the club level at MCC as they race their way through over the hill. Larry Pegram, a former AMA champion, knows how to get around here. A staple in shifter competition in multiple different series across the United States here. As here comes the rest of the field circling through. There you see the 00 of Doug Duff moving up into 8th position, trying to catch up to Homer Heyman, your points leader here as they work their way through.
Yes, indeed. You see right now how things are looking for some of the drivers here as they roll. Big separations have built up here on the racetrack. Even right now, comfortable on their lone sim with Duff falling down to 8th on the racetrack. That's Heyman apparently, but the 43 was number 34 on the number sheet. Up front, fastest lap, Riley Pegram. Riley builds up to the bumper. Still no move on Lowry. So difficult to build up a run here and build momentum in this type of a sequence here, to say the very least. And we're seeing that with Lowry trying to get the crowbar out.
Problem is he's not getting able to get to the inside quick enough because, yes, he gets that run where he gets side by side, but Larry Pegram is able to hold bottom on that transition to swap over to the other corner. But here comes Riley showing the nose a little bit as they come out of the final corner down the straightaway. And will Riley stick the nose to the inside of turn 1? Nope, going to stay tucked up behind as they come through. 5 minutes with the lap to go.
Still lots of time plan as Larry Pegram continues to maintain up at the front in this battle. When it comes to Larry, remember we talked about some of the experience American flat track competition, for example, over the racing years. Superbike when it comes to some of the action. Actually competed in a couple Moto America Supersport races earlier on this year. It's in that side alone. So Larry has been pretty busy, to say the very least. Trying to manage things, of course, with the rise of Riley into competition we touched upon earlier here today. A balance as a family to go racing multiple times over and try and help with development. Riley pushes on Lowry, nothing doing this time.
No avail whatsoever for him as he worked his way through and as he tries to find the opening. Still has to deal with the pressure of Riley Pegram as they come through the Epses up to the top of the hill. And so far, no gain at all for the Lydas. They are also kind of in a holding pattern right now in 4th and 5th. As Larry goes down to the bottom right here just to make sure that Lowry isn't going to try anything. As there you see the 2 GFC carts coming into frame.
Still 3.5 minutes to work with on the racetrack as we go here. So, as we set things up here, it's going to be the matter for some of the drivers. Can they find a way to adapt and keep up with the 34 on the interval? By the way, you see Langley making up a little bit of ground. Passed by Lash that time, looks like here. Yes. Some of the different classes clashing forward. Langley now third in the class as we run. Last time by, ran down Lash by a rapid 1.4 seconds.
Lash doing a great job right here, trying to pick up the spots. Langley, as we watch this battle for positioning amongst these two, and this is the battle for the shot of a podium in the junior shifter category. Really good run, and I gotta say, it's great to see these junior shifters making a center stage here, both at MCC as well as occasionally racing at the Indy Karting Challenge at Whiteland as well. Hopefully see more of this happening at the club or regional levels.
So, as we go, the Lighters, by the way, are sparring as well, because Ben just jumped Jeff to fourth. Drivers 8 seconds off the race leader for those curious. As we take a look at some of the errors around the racetrack, Pitalski. Unso's trying to find a way in the midst of traffic, anything. So you see some of the lap traffic very cordial in this group. Right now, Larry holding off Lowry. Larry Penger and Mitchell Lowry have now pulled away by more than a second on screen, with 90 seconds to work with. Mitchell Lowry seems to have the speed to match up wheel to wheel, but not enough to make the pass, Taylor.
Yeah, a little bit of issues here, and Lowry's doing everything that he can to try to get around Larry, but it's safe to say that Larry's just got that Morel Art tuned up to where it needs to be in this stage of the race, with probably about 4, maybe 3 laps to go left in this race. It's all pretty much in favor of Larry Pegram as they are approaching lap traffic. One of the junior shifters in the way. Could this be a hindrance for them as they try to gather themselves up to the inside? Oh, this is going to be interesting to see as the Lash is stuck right in front of his TKG teammate, and around the outside he will go as Lash holds lane here and tries to find a way. A little bit of a tap of a bumper, though, as Lowry tries to find his way around.
A little bit of argy-barginess popping up, to say the very least. Not showing appreciation there with the bumps there, but Lowry losing a lot of ground as a result of lap traffic, take it the way. Like, we're going to be 2 laps to go coming up here. This time through, that interval went from 1/10 to 5/10 as a result of that contact. That's how big one little bit of traffic can really break things up. And at this point, Larry Pegram has a chance to be able to breathe a little bit. Lowry is pushing hard, though, this lap.
He is pushing hard, but does he have the time here? He's running out of opportunities to try to make the charge, as here comes Riley Pegram also with the head of steam in this final couple of laps as they make the run up to the top of the hill. Nose to tail, Lowry can't really find the run he needs. Gets a good run, though, off corner exit. A little bit of a bobble as they clip over the curbs right there. Larry Pegram on the defensive. Lowry sidewinding, trying to keep in the toe of the trap.
Last time around, Lowry all over the rear end. Now Riley Pegram trying to look for as well. Defensive moves Lowry. Lowry goes hard. Defensive goes Larry. Larry gets the better corner exit out of 4. Through 5 and 6. Up to 7 they roll. Lowry needs a good run coming down the final straightaway. That's the main thing at this point. Big run in a wrong spot coming up to 10 and 11. Now up to 12, all over the rear end. Lap traffic is ahead. Lap traffic moves to the left, side by side. A drag race for the win. It is Larry Pegram who holds on by 3/1000ths of a second over Mitchell Lowry.
Incredible run right there for Larry Pegram to hold off Mitchell Lowry on that final lap there, As we wait for the rest of the field, it looks like Homer Heyman will be able to win in junior shifters as well as the rest of the field comes out. And for Doug Duff, P7 for him so far. So great recovery to get some points after starting a little further back. So we'll see how that will affect his points in the championship.
So a close finish up at the front of the field here. As, by the way, your winner in the juniors was Heyman with an advantage on the as the last driver left on the lead lap at the very end of the race. Nico Kwiatkowski, Robert Lash was that top three. KA part of the program. Now coming up next, the Masters have already fired up their engines for our next race up on the cards here today. As we get ready to see where things shake up for them. Here we go with their starters. Andy and Chris Kutcher on the front row. Ethan Keno will start in third. Keno will start alongside Paul Meese, Jennings, and Tracy, followed by Elliott. Keno, then it's Greg Leahy and Daniel Feher should say, in the 9th position. Greg Klum will start in the 10th spot here today amongst your top starters in what is a pretty sizable class here today for the Masters. Taylor.
Yeah, really good run, or I have to say a good group of drivers indeed. One of our biggest fields of competitors and probably one of our most competitive as well, with the Kutcher brothers being the ones to keep an eye on here. And I'm curious to see how these two will play well with the others as we get set to go racing once again.
Indeed, this field ready to roll as the smoke pops up. Again, this is going to be out of the drivers lined up here, our 6th race out of a possible 9 to roll through. So how do you feel this race is going to go here? We know the Kutchers control things. Will it be Andy or Chris to start things off today, Taylor?
That's going to be a tough one, I have to say, because there's going to be a lot of different drivers who will be working their way around. But I have to say it's going to be who gets the better jump going into turn 1.
I think that's a decent way of answering the question, but also not answering the question. I know you didn't want to make the full choice. It can go either way, absolutely. I can see it going either way. So that's why I see that being the case. But the green flag going to come out this time through. Looks like Carl's now hit the racetrack, Taylor. So, this is going to be an interesting field once again amongst your Masters. By the way, Corey Curry, Kyle Vogt, Nathan Williams, Anthony Stifler are your final starters for this respective pack. So they'll all get the chance to be able to go forward here in this race. Try and see if they can keep up the 296 and 279. So once again, we'll have 8 minutes plus a lap up on the board coming up here. Coming up to the tram lines this time through. Races have gone relatively quick today outside of the issues from the starting blocks. Let's see where they go here. Slow light turns into a green flag. Green, green, green. Underway. Look at that. The second row got some good launches there. One of the Kutchers getting relegated, but we have one driver slow at the back. They're able to get going. Big separation after the jump. It's all while Andy Kutcher trying to find a way to close up to Chris. It's Chris who gets the jump today.
Yeah, Chris gets a great jump, and he is going to lead us here in this pre-final. Andy made quick work of getting around Meese, who did try everything he could to try and get in and hold second place, but the Red Speed machines of the Kutcher brothers are just absolutely tuned to pure perfection when it comes to racing here at MCC, as looks like Ethan Bacchino and Jared Tracy running out your top 5 as they come across the line. And once again, it is Kutcher's leading the charge, and trouble for, looks like, Elliot Bacchino, who was the one who had the issue on the opening lap, along with Nathan Williams, who did not start by the looks of it, as he finally comes across the line.
Absolutely. Still less than 7 minutes to work with in amongst this race here as they go. So the top 2 is Kutcher Lane. Meanwhile, pressure is on for Meese. You see on screen, Meese initially got the launch timed up here, but again, raw speed prevailing by the time they got to Sector 2. See Meese trying to find a way to push, wants to try and hold on to this podium, wants to be able to score a decent points haul here today. Try and start things off right. Meese, mind you, raced in the first round of the season, hasn't been here since, but could still, based on starting, steal his way into a top 6 points finish, depending on how things play out. Some of the others, see them battling along in amongst their packs right now. That includes Greg Leahy leading the respective group.
And Greg Leahy, who currently sits P5 in the championship, and looking to see if he can maintain or try to have a run for a shot of inside further in the championship running order as they work their way across the start to finish line. Great field of cards as they try to poke the nose, pass for position a little further back, head off into 1.
Yep, and right now, all this is with everyone just trying to play this race as nice as possible. Look at this. It's Andy on the rear end of Chris. Last time through, 3 tenths picked up.
Incredible run right there from Andy Kutcher to get that run he needs to chase down Chris. Last time by, it was a 45.5 to a 45.8. And as they come across the line, here comes Andy with a big push as they work their way through, and they drop that down even further, a 45.2 for Andy Kutcher.
Will Andy make the move? Rather, when will Andy make the move? We know how they like to battle each other in these races. Again, Chris is in the black, Andy is in the white when it comes to the front of the respective carts to help differentiate them. Slightly different helmets also, a bit more red on Chris than the full white of Andy. Here we go, Andy's on the rear end. No pole yet, but he does have some draft. 4 minutes to try and find a way in front as the brothers try and fight in the crash. It's going to be Andy around. Andy Kutcher goes the wrong way around into the grass. Andy Kutcher having a jump out.
Can he get it going again here, or will it be Dave Dunn in the pre-final? I've never seen this happen before for him. A mistake like this. Tough break, and he is going to continue on. Meanwhile, Chris Kutcher continues to control the destiny that he has before him.
My goodness is all you can say. That's going to have some ramifications for the point standings by the end of today. Remember, it was Andy who had the points lead over Chris. As things stand, that points tally going to get a lot more tighter, if not switch, heading into the final here today. Andy's drop is a 238 for those wanting to keep track. Chris's is a 270.
This is absolutely nuts, I would have to say, that just happened here. And I'm curious to see how this all plays out for them. But for Andy Kutcher, that's going to be a tough climb for him as he tries to find his way back up to the front.
Indeed. So, here comes the battling. Keno going back and forth now with Meese. This is for second. 227 moves up to P2. Pass down the front straightaway. Look at that distance already built up. One pass and you build up that. That is rapid down the straightaways right now from Ethan.
Ethan Bacchino doing everything he can to keep up with Meese, but it's pretty much just a battle for second. Bacchino's going to try to do everything to try to get around Meese, but I don't see this really happening in their favor in this situation as they work their way through.
Got under 2 minutes to work with as they continue to cycle through. By the way, Jennings trying to find a way to chip away last time through. With some of the passes gained about 4/10 on the pack in front. Damian Jennings, if he can do that consistently, might have something going for him. On the overall gap, has been trimmed down a little bit as of late. It spiked to as high as 2.7 seconds to these carts you see on screen before that respective pass here. It's coming up to the final minute or so. You're in the running order. KA100 Masters continuing to zip through the day here. Yeah, just continuing to pace themselves in this race. You see a lot of separation back to where some drivers have now cycled. We were amongst those trying to push right now in 7th. See him packed up with Leahy and Tracy. That's for the top 5.
Chris Kutcher continuing on with his domination right now in this pre-final. Curious to see where Andy is. Looks like he is out of the race by the looks of it. 3 laps down, done for the day. And looking on for any other extra battles. This is a little bit further back. This is Leahy, Tracy for 5th position we're watching on screen.
So we're seeing that right now for sure. But with less than 10 seconds to go, this clock has been zipping on through, and what's been since that incident a calm race, especially up front. 7 seconds, the margin up at the front of the field over Ethan Bacchino. Bacchino been able to build up 4/10 on his respective pack. The middle groupings have started to spread apart a significant portion again, 5th and 6th, and then 7th and 8th, their respective packs. We are at 2 laps to go in this race in the KA100 Masters. As we go, Chris Kutcher over Ethan, has just taken the white flag. Paul Meese, Damian Jennings, Greg Leahy are your top 5. Front straight away. Battle is still relatively close for second. Meese not been able to chip away to regain ground after that huge run the 227 got in the first place. All of this is with that gap going up by half a second to a full second rather, about every single lap. Should be coming up to the checker flag this time through in KA100 Masters. Chris Kutcher started with a good launch. That machine would come on through and has taken the checker flag already. Chris Kutcher gets the win. Ethan Bacchino taking away 2nd spot. Meese in 3rd. Jennings holds on to 4th. Leahy and Tracy. Bit of battling. It's Leahy over Tracy, and we were along with Stiffwork at the top 8. Vogt and Elliott Bacchino will be in the top 10. Greg Clune, Nathan Williams, Corey Curry, and Andy Kutcher will run your Andy a DNF. Big standard. Shake it up there as a result of that DNF, Taylor.
Absolutely, and that's going to be a big shakeup in the points championship. Could go in favor of Chris Kutcher, and it all could be due to the fact that he did not get the strong finish in this pre-final.
So as we run, we get ready for the minis and micros. Those drivers now getting the cranks ready to go here to make sure they are all fired up here for this part of the card. Let's take a look at how they'll start. Guy Park in and Lewis will start up at the front of the rows. Jackson Frank and Jack Katelski start in row 2. Then Elite Simonelli and Sam Hornish. 5 and 6, Griff Heyman will start alongside Brogan Wren. Now, once the 8 drivers a part of this entry list, so all the drivers get themselves ready and fired up here. So like the 5 having some issues getting going for a split second as one of the drivers comes over to give him a good luck buddy to the helmet.
Absolutely, and these young drivers are about to do battle here, and it's hard to believe we're only 3 more races till we start giving out the big trophies here in a few short moments.
So we get set to sort things out here for today. Remember, Jack Katelski, Griff Heyman, and Brogan Wren are a part of the micros. The minis are everybody else a part of this field. So everybody getting themselves sorted out here for this start. 8 more laps, 8 more minutes rather. Again, are up on the board, a part of this group. After this,
everyone got to get
we have the juniors and pro-am. Yep.
Yes, we do, and then we will have it all back start from the top and go at it once again as we. I think they're going to have to go one more lap at least. There, we get the green flag already. Wow, I was not expecting that. And green flag is out. Lewis and Park and Kwiatkowski lead us off in the 2.
They did not look sorted out there, but we get going. So Lewis, Park, and everybody else trying to sort out where things shake up here. The opening lap already a huge buffer up at the front of the field as they go. The way through with separation building massively over everybody else. Jack Katelski had gone into a net 3rd. In fact, he's already got it even higher than that with the launch over Lewis. What a start is all you can say as things remain in control for your race leader. That leader is Park, as now they go side by side for net 2nd.
Jack Kwiatkowski, of course, leading in the Micro Swift category. So pretty much you have your 2 leaders of class right there in the top 2, as Lewis trying to see if he can get himself around Kwiatkowski to go and hunt down Kai Park. But Kai Park already is just setting the pace here already in the early stages.
Yeah, you can see just how racy that micro is for Jack Kwiatkowski. Going to have a pretty successful future, you'd have to think, because of the family backing and because Speedy's showcased in these types of races in general has been also really good. The family has at the national level. But standard's been there, and Jack Kwiatkowski does not mind racing minis hard. Lewis, not sure if he's appreciating the moves. They have seen the class lead for that class grow to 3 seconds as another block.
Kwiatkowski is doing everything to keep everyone else behind him, and it's going to be a big issue right now because Lewis is not going to be happy with this and knows that they're in 2 different classes. This should not be an issue, and look at this. It's bringing Simonelli and Frank into the fight as well. Those are other competitors for position in the Mini Swift category, so Lewis trying to find his way to get around Kwiatkowski as quickly as possible if he wants to try and get away from everyone else. And how about the block right there by Kwiatkowski, trying to see if he can hold him off.
Yeah, all sorts of aggression back and forth for net 2nd on the racetrack as we go. Will there be another attempt coming up here? Lewis, yes, tries to shuffle. Kwiatkowski locks off. Simonelli holding on in front of Frank as they rumble their way on through. Coming up 5 minutes to work with, 5 minutes to go here in this one. And right now, what goes to your mind when you have someone in a different class, mind you, race like this? In terms of overall points, in terms of how things are scored here, that's not really the major factor. I know it's a pride thing here in Park Taylor.
I wouldn't be happy. That's where I would be at right now. There is no need for this. You have your own race to battle, and I know that he's trying to help his teammate out, but also like this, you're hindering the chance of a driver to try and chase down his competitor in his respective classes. You got to think on that a little bit. But Lewis is going to try to do everything he can to put the pressure on Katowski to get around, and Katowski shuts the door on him and again as they come into the corner.
Yes, absolutely. All this is now with them trying to shine their way forward. Narrow run down the straightaway. Lewis. Katowski's been quicker in the corners in his respective kart. Looks like some sends again are on. Lewis sends it up the inside. Crossover Katowski. Tire baiting their way through. And it's Lewis. Now to net second. Simonelek stays within arm's reach with Frank. Still yet to pull on forward. So Lewis is set free, but at a cost of 6.7 seconds.
And he is not going to be able to close that gap quickly. And I got to say, he's not going to be too happy about that.
At this point, Kai Park is in a prime position to get a pretty final win here. Still on for more points, to say the least, here in the minis. Things shake up. Simonelek has had some good speed throughout the year. Here comes the chance now for Katowski. Another one to the inside. Jack Katowski again makes the pull.
And Katowski is going to go back and try to go on the defensive again to try to hold off these competitors as they work their way through. But here comes the drivers as they work their way through. Simonelek and company trying to battle it out with Frank as they'll go side by side. And here comes Lewis around back in the outside contact as they're closing in on lap traffic. That's the Wren.
Yes, indeed. Contact! A hit to the side pod. Katowski holds on to it. Hit sent sideways with the hit, and now drivers get shuffled big time, and now one driver runs over lap traffic.
That would be Lewis right there. He's okay. He will continue on, but that will move Simonelek up to second. Katowski drops back to third overall. Hard racing in different classes. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, that boiled over pretty quickly, didn't it? Simonelek now up to second. Yeah. And now you still have, in the midst of things, Katowski is still running in this pack, by the way, right in front of him. Still coming up to 90 seconds on the board, and now you have to talk about potentially Frank for the podium for the class. Looking to move up even more here. Has some chances to pull a run as they build their way down the front straightaway.
Now the question is going to be, what are you going to do if Simonelek or Frank? Are you going to try to work together to get around Katowski, or are you just going to battle amongst the two of them just for your position in your respective class?
You see right now, nothing doing in terms of some of the battling for now. Katowski, impressive driver, as we've said several different times over all throughout the year, it feels like. Just has the speed, has the ability, has the preciseness. Again, about 8 years old as a driver. He's one of the drivers in Micro Swift who ran the Scooters of Supernats last year, was amongst those who were in the Hornet's Nest for the running order. Recently raced in the Stars Championship Series about 5 weeks ago, where he ended up being in the championship in the top 5 at that level. So, that 92, definitely looking to back things up again. By the way, warning given up to Lewis just seconds ago from the contact. He was put under investigation. They gave him the avoidable contact warning from that incident that happened with the side-by-side.
Interesting call. We'll see how it all plays out. But as they come around, white flag for the driver of Kai Park as he will continue on. And it looks like he is looking to try to hold on to another race victory here in this category.
Now as they go, Park, ready to finish things out for Kai Park this season. It's been an interesting time here in the class. Has been one of the drivers who've raced in Mini just the once. Max points day both days when appeared in rounds 5 and 6 for the racing action back in August.
So
Kwiatkowski has pulled away.
Something to keep an eye on. Of course, Schneider's not in this race right now in the Mini Swift category. I'm curious to see, since unless he makes it in the feature as checker flag is out, could this shake up the championship with Kai Park if he is to go back-to-back in both today and tomorrow? As here comes the rest of the field, Kwiatkowski winning in the micro category.
Well, remember, Drew Snyder did have the advantage for that championship in the mini category by 800 points. Would, in theory, get the win with the max points being 600 over the course of 2 days. But Kai Park, who is a part-timer this season, able to strike in this race over Jack Kwiatkowski, Seminowick, Frank Lewis, the top 5 overall. Hey, Heyman, along with Wren and Hornish. The rest of the running order, Hornish finishes 9 laps down. KA100 Jr. coming up on the docket here, next up in the running order. So we'll have to find out what happens in this field for the juniors coming up. Let's take a look at how they'll start. Nico Kwiatkowski, Adler Klein start towards the front with Robert Lash and Alice Kutcher in the field. Homer Heyman, along with Lyle Beck, Josiah Phillips, Drake Williamson, and rounding of the field is Caleb Tracy. 9 karts taking part in this one, Taylor.
Going to be an exciting one. Kwiatkowski and Adler Klein, Robert Lash. I mean, you're talking about some of the biggest future superstars of national karting level, especially Nico Kwiatkowski as well. And I'm really excited to see how it all plays out amongst them.
So the field gets racked and stacked. How do you see this race playing out? Remember, Klein earlier won by a sizable margin in his other race.
Well, the thing was, Klein had a lot of help because of chaos that happened behind him. I don't see that really happening here, possibly, so we'll play how it plays out amongst them, but really good opportunity to happen amongst these competitors.
The field will warm up their tires, get ready to go once again. 2 more races going, then we have a small break in the schedule, by the way. That small break estimated to be about maybe in total 15 minutes at most, but that's an if. We are still nearly right on the mark from the original scheduling from today. Again, ready racing for throughout the day today, especially with those races after everything today. Field being sorted out here as they get into the tram lines, this time through. Klein starts up on the outside for this race. Nico Kwiatkowski controls things from the inside. Green flag is out, we're underway. Nico Kwiatkowski clear, Klein covers up for second. The top 3 quickly single file out as things try and sort out quickly. Up for the front, it's still Kwiatkowski holding serve.
Yeah, it's not a major surprise right there as Nico Kwiatkowski continues to hold on and make sure he holds position. Klein trying to put the pressure on him, but it's not working just yet. Kutcher and Lash following right behind in 3rd and 4th as they try to keep pace with their TKG Borellar teammate.
They come down the front straightaway. Already seeing Nico Kwiatkowski try and plug the afterburners with the pole as they go here. So the question mark will be for the rest of the field, what will they do to be able to keep up with the 892? Heyman with a good start, already up to the third spot, also in this respective pack as they go in the sea of red and white carts. 3 of the top 4 are Mustos on the same organization, mind you, here at TKG Burrell Arts.
And now Klein falling into the clutches of Homer Heyman and Lash now as they work their way out of the final corner. It could be a chance where Adler, Klein, and that Tony Kart has to be ready to go on the defensive against Heyman and Lash as they do that. Meanwhile, Phillips and Kutcher battle for the 5th spot.
Still trying to scrap it out right now. They go. Those drivers a fair ways back at the top 4 grouping. Contact to the backhand of Klein. Heyman trying to send it a little bit too deep in the braking zone. Still holds on for now as they go a little bit higher, trying to get the diamond line down, with Lash just following along in the tire tracks as they go. So, where do you see things going here, especially with the line sensitivity here? Most of the field trying to copy line to line as they go here. As they go for a switch for second, Heyman up to second.
Great pass right there by Heyman as he wants to get the chance to move up further. Klein trying to do everything he can to get back on the attack, but he has to now worry about Lash behind him as Klein is stuck in that Burrell Arts sandwich as they come up to turn number 6. Really curious to see how this plays out, but it could be a possibility of a TKG 1-2-3 here in this pre-final. Klein, though, doing everything he can to prevent that.
Yes, indeed. So, under 5 minutes to work with here in this race. They go. Kowski starting to really separate away up on the margin. It's half a second now on the racetrack. That's just how good that 892 seems to be here. So at this point, where do you think Klein can try to improve for later on? Because he is just losing little bits and bits every single time around right now. If anything, Lash seems to have a decent card here. Just hasn't been able to set something up here for 30 yet.
Yeah, he's trying, but he, like you said, he is struggling to get that pace he needs as they come out of the final corner, and he looks over the shoulder. You don't want to be doing that because that's why. Right here to the inside, Lash finds his opening, takes over the 3rd spot. You got to be a little bit more focused on what's going on ahead of you, hitting your marks. Doing that looking behind can cost you a position because you're then having to reset before you go into the corner.
So as we go past the halfway mark on the minutes here, time continuing to burn by pretty quickly here in these races here this afternoon. Klein just riding and biding his time now right behind Lash. Yet again, a little bit of a bobble out of the corner, not there on the pole. Up front, Heyman has closed up the gap, by the way, to under 2/3 of a second. As they go, you see how close they're getting now on some of these shots here. It's keeping things at bay as they go with Lash really separating out everybody else. Klein, Kutcher, still separated by more than a second up front. The leaders seeing slightly shallower lines by Heyman to try and dig into the corners. Right now, still trying to find a way to pounce here. He pushes hard going up into the final sector.
Really good run right here for him as Heyman has really got the pace that he has here. Really closing in. Let's see what the times are as they cross the line once again. And Robert Lash setting fastest lap of the race as he wants to try and hunt down his 2 teammates and have a shot of a pre-final win.
Absolutely here. Will there be a shakeup amongst these 2 team members? We've seen big shakeups before in some of these battles that have changed things up for the championship conversation. But that is much easier said than done in this type of racing. Seems like at this point, Nico Katowski, who's won, by the way, gotten 5 straight max points hauls and is just about done with the championship conversation here. He's so difficult to actually build the pass on because of how good he is in terms of his cornering speed right now, Taylor.
I mean, it's incredible of what he's been able to do on that cornering speed, and I have been impressed all season long with Nico Katowski. I mean, you're talking about probably one of the best drivers in the junior category here, and you really see the pace that he sets as he works his way around the circuit. I'm curious to see what's going to happen here, but Homer Heyman and, of course, Robert Lash, they're going to try to spoil the party a little bit. They don't want Katowski getting all the points here today, especially with still so much left on the table.
Absolutely, here we go. The move is on, finally on. A switch up front. Heyman takes the lead over Katowski. Less than a minute to work with. Williamson at the side of the road, by the way. We will have some pickup after the next race. All that's with the top 3 now lined up in a row. All 3 of them red, white with the green trim on them. Heyman, after setting up for so long, now able to say, "So long, everyone," and pull away 2 kart lengths, 30 seconds on the clock.
30 seconds. Can anything happen here as they work their way across the start-finish line? And Heyman and company, as now Katowski looks back to the inside. Lash follows through. Drop Heyman back to third as here comes Adler Klein. He wants to pick up the spot, and he will do so.
Nicely done by Katowski to retake that class lead. Now, will he be able to hold on? Now clock reaching zeros. We'll see where things stand at the flag stand. Should be 2 to go per the estimates here. We'll see if they do get the white this time or if they get a 2 to go. Right now, Katowski going to have to be ahead on the swivel with Heyman trying to set things up on the run. Coming up to the flag board, there is the white flag. It is confirmed. Final time around, this time through, defensive for Katowski. Katowski trying not to let anything open up.
Can anyone have anything for him in these closing stages? Katowski doing everything he can. Lash and Klein, though, ready to pounce on them as they utilize the slipstream to keep up with your race leader. Out of the final couple of corners, Katowski has about a 1 kart length advantage, and they actually brought in, of course, Kutcher into the mix. He's right there if it gets a little hairy out of the final corner.
Here we go, final stretch. Coming out of the corner, Katowski locks to the middle. Lash tries something, anything. No, it's Katowski. Katowski gets the edge over Lash, Klein, Heyman, and Kutcher. All part of the lead pack. Phillips finishes ahead of Tracy, Beck, and Williamson. Part of the 9 kart pack here in junior. So the day getting ready for its final, pre-final of the morning / afternoon. The field gets itself ready to see where things shake up for KA100 Pro-Am, also known as the senior portion of the Kart, Taylor.
And it is going to be an exciting 120 karts set to do battle in this pre-final. As we'll take a look at your starting lineup. It's going to be Logan Mueller and Carter Thompson on the front row, with Will Steele and Ryan Crouch in row 2. Isaac Gardner and Henry Wheeler in row number 3, with Remy Andrados and Blade Fountain in row number 4. Rounding out your top 10 is Shane Hambrick and Addison Ianello. Row 6, we'll see Braden Hebert.
Yep, Braden Heber in 6th position. Ryan Miller down in 12th. Max Klein in 13th. Emerson Blatt, followed by Marcus Batchoon with Gavin Degenhart down 16th. Sircone and Billy Clune down in 18th position. Logan Upton and Dante Rodriguez, the top 20 in this field, Taylor.
Going to be an exciting one here today as we see who will come out on top. as these drivers work their way through and get set for 8 minutes plus a lap as they will release the karts out onto the straightaway.
So they get ready to rumble here to close things out for the pre-finals. Do you have a specific pick in mind for how this could go?
I would, but I feel like that last time I did do something like that, that driver ended up having problems. Was able to still rejoin, but still had problems coming out onto the track. So I'm going to keep my guesses till the final.
Good point here. But it's time for drivers to make the point of being on the track. They all get themselves lined up and ready to go here once more. It's going to be 3 TKG cones. You lead things off, those Burrell arts. Once those leading the field here today at MCC Cincinnati. So overall, we have a fair few good drivers. We're going to have to work their way through some traffic here. Wheeler's going to be someone to keep an eye on, and we have trouble. Big checkups, and someone's off in the grass.
Called it.
Every time. It seems to happen.
Every single time.
I think the field, though, has at least gotten themselves backfired up here, Taylor. That's the bright side. And it looks like it won't impact the start here. We'll see where the seniors lay things out here. So we are ready to roll. They make their way to the tram lines, this time through KA 100 senior action. Waiting, the signal's up, green is out, and we're underway with Miller. We're off to a good start. 3 wide for the battle for second, as some drivers in the back do not get a good start. That includes the 971.
That was a tough break right there. Don't have it as one other driver goes way off into the grass over there at turn 4 and 5. That's the 956 machine. As more drivers try to get themselves back going. But to no surprise, Logan Mueller has pulled away by a multi-cart length advantage over Carter Thompson and Will Steele, as these drivers try to build up everything, try to get themselves ready for a run. And here we go on the opening lap. Let's see what the gap is. Ryan Crouch right there having a good run inside the top 5. And across the line, the gap right now, 1.7 seconds between Mueller and Steele. Gardner, Fountain, and Andrados picking up a couple of spots, as the drivers who have trouble is Ryan Crouch, Henry Wheeler, Max Klein, and Emerson Blatt.
Interesting.
Break there for Wheeler.
Yeah, Wheeler not with a good start. He's 11 seconds back, while the rest of the field has resolved that situation. He was one of the drivers expected to contend here today for race wins. Been difficult for him in this class, to say the very least now. But everyone trying to find a way to get to Mueller, work together as a drafting pack. The interval this time did not close. We have a warning for avoidable contact. Turn 4 on lap 1. Ryan Crouch just got the warning for the 955.
Yeah, it's a tough break there for Crouch as he continues to fall down the running order right here. As Henry Wheeler, he's going to be an exciting one to watch as he tries to work his way up through the running order. We go back up to the top 4. Gardner and Fountain battling it out for position. Throw in Thompson in the mix as well. As a jockey for position, and Andrados trying to follow suit as well as they work their way out of the final couple of corners. Approaching now 5 minutes, 45 seconds left to go.
At this point, Mueller's race to lose. If there's any issues, then not much you can really say. Some changes back there. See a few people make some passes. But everybody else, as they go, quite simply, just tries to get good starting position for later on today. That's the most important thing here for a lot of these drivers, being able to start well and being able to control things. Miller amongst the drivers we're going to have to see, keep an eye on. Heber obviously wants to go up from hot 9th spot. We know that kart's a lot faster than where it is right now. For example, Mutzel's in the second pack. Some of these drivers in this lead pack not really been able to make some inroads quite yet. As you see some of the TKGs try and dig.
Yeah, pretty much a stranglehold of the TKG. Barellard up at the front of the field right now. As you saw the BJR Lando Norris kart. Braden Heber now also trying everything he can to work his way up the running order as well. Currently has to catch up to Ryan Miller as he tries to find his way around him, with Addison Ianello also up ahead in the BJR Lando Norris kart as they come up through the S's. Heber trying to find his way around, can't hold on. He has to make sure he gets positioning lined up for him as we watch him hold off the neck of the Trinity Karting Group for Ellard, as you saw tap the helmet there from Miller.
Yep, indeed. Some signals popping up right there between the two of them. Right now the signals not doing too much. Steele, by the way, over Thompson, holding on to second and third spots respectively. And Steele, with the championship advantage coming into today in KA100 senior competition. And right now is looking in a very prime position to be in a really good spot for Sunday to have the virtual log for tomorrow in the 975. All that's while drivers like Adriano's trying to keep on remaining in the line. The blue machine holds on in front. I believe that's Fountain that's trying to hold on in that respective pack for now, who is trying to make sure things don't overflow.
Gotta say, for Fountain right there in that 939 machine, really good run for him as he's trying to hold on to positioning here in the closing stages of this race. Currently for him, for Fountain, I'm looking over his stuff, and this would be his first start of the season, so great to see him come out here and have some fun, putting on a great drive here, holding off several of Barellard from TKG.
Absolutely. See the 32 digging. Hard time at scoring if you line up the numbers right now. I believe that is Adriano's number isn't matching up to the number on the side of the car, which is the 32 here today. So a few drivers have had some discrepancies here today for those keeping track. But with 2 laps to work with, they are slowly reeling in Mueller. It's down to 1.4 seconds. It was a full distance. It might have been a little bit of a different story possibly, but that seems to be easier said than done here today. No change for the 4th position yet. Adriano's still digs and tries to close up that 1 kart length difference. Back up to the battle for second we go. Steele is pushing hard, still not in drafting distance of your leader.
Dorado's doing everything he can to get back in the hunt, to get around Fountain and try his opening, but Fountain's just holding on and has a really good pace right now as he works his way through Henry Wheeler. He's already picked up a couple of more spots. He's now in 12, trying to get around Dante Rodriguez for position to try to see if he can get back at least into the top 10. As trouble for Dante Rodriguez, he loses several spots as Crouch follows through.
So, that's something to work with here as everybody's just been pacing themselves here today. No major aggressive battles have popped up amongst these races here today. It's been chill, cool, collected. Some battling is going on towards the back of the field. Hambrick trying to make a move. Didn't get it to work. Wheeler and Heber are back there also. I want some of the drivers back there. Trying to make up ground, a bit of a dig to the grass. Wheeler Still holds on to his pack. Now in the top 10 at the very least with 2 laps to work with. So a decent recovery for Henry Wheeler. By the way, now a warning just popped up on the boards a few moments ago. Max Klein got one for avoidable contact. That was towards the back of the field. Klein running at 17th.
Now the question is going to be, what can we see from Wheeler? Heber struggling for pace out there as well, as that will be the next driver for Henry Wheeler as we keep an eye on this. White flag in the air for Logan Mueller. As Heber tries to get another spot away, he gets to the inside and passes Miller for 8th.
Final time around here in this one, where we take the break for the finals. Mueller's controlled this entire day here today. Right now, he looks to finish out with a 1 second advantage. It's getting trimmed away though. Has been for the last half of the race. Steele and Thompson stay lined up. Thompson clips the dirt a little bit. Doesn't matter. Checker flag boards fly up. Mueller gets the win. Steele, Thompson. Then a drag race behind as they go around Fountain. But it's Fountain who still holds on by a few 1,000s over Adrianatos, Gardner, Iannello, Miller, Heber, and Wheeler. Your top 10 here today, Taylor, in the seniors.
Great run indeed. And now it's time for the big show here. And we will see who comes out on top with the trophies and the points in order to go for a championship.
We have about a 20-minute break lined up for you here on Kart Chaser. We'll take that break now. Get you set for more Kartoween action. You're watching Kart Chaser from MCC Cincinnati.
what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLPC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCare.com. At ShopPayCare.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MCC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCare.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Racers. You asked for it, and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLPC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Finals. Yes, it's time for the finals to be able to get going here on Kart Chaser. Happy to have it with us for the 206 Masters now to hit the racetrack here for their racing. How are they sorted out? Let's look. It's Derek Hastings on the pole. Matthew Lida in second. Alan Elwood will start in third. Then it's going to be Ronald Swift with Matt Geist and Matt Noble in the top six. Ianello and Overbeck. Gorman lined up with Munson. Scott specifically. Dan Monison will be 11th. Then it's Jennifer Hildebrand, followed by Carson Noble, Corey Albright, Mike Doty, Kevin Seminowick, and Jeffrey Metter will be at the tail if they do hit the track at least. As the field gets rolling, green lights are on. It's 10 minutes plus 2 laps of racing. We're underway for 206 Master. The Masters take their time to march their way through the course, all while Hastings holds on in front to start. Elwood looking to take his way to second, dives to the inside, outside. Lida gets the pole though, as Geist got himself a good jump it looked like as well, but it's going to be Swift also in it. A lot of squabbling for the top 5 to start.
It really is, Justin. And how about the run that Swift and Geist were able to get around Elwood? Not the positioning you want to be starting off for Alan Elwood in this opening lap. Still plenty of time to work, but you don't want to put yourself in a hole. And as we see this playing out, you see Lida and Hastings starting to work together a little bit to try to separate themselves from the competition. Single file pretty much all the way through. No one really jockeying, settle in. Long race ahead as you try to set your marks and make sure you're there at the end.
Yes, indeed. All of this as well. Lida tries to dig up at the front of the field. Swift, jeans and everything, looking to let it rip from the inside. Block off for Elwood. Elwood, good crossover though out of 7. Haven't seen too many passing opportunities out of 7 here today. Elwood getting bumped. Having a bang. Not able to pull on by in time and has to reset. And that amount of time lost is significant, Taylor. That was 10 kart lanes lost with that side-by-side sequence, all because he couldn't clear down one corner.
Watching here, Elwood trying to find his way back around Swift for the 3rd position. And there you also see Geist in the hunt. Ianello also closing in. It's about a 4-kart battle for the final step of the podium amongst these 3 competitors. Really good start as you see Elwood just frustrated a little bit, trying to find his way back around, because with this situation for Elwood. He is losing time on your top two right now. The gap is about 1.7 seconds, and it's going to be detrimental if Elwood does not find his way around and close the gap quickly.
Yes, indeed. Right now, they're still squabbling, though, is the big thing. No poke this time for Elwood. He continues to think and plot and plan what can be done. How about a set for Thorne? It's now stuck through. Swift drops down to the fourth spot with the pass. It's too late, though, for Elwood with how much time is lost right now. They still have less than 7 minutes to try and sort out, can they close up here and try and dig at all for up at the front of this field. Know how good Elwood can be here in this class, and well, it's going to take a lot of effort for him to close up. Lyda is in the driver's seat to be able to gain more points for that championship lead here.
So let's see what the gap is when they come across the line. Hastings and Lyda just set the fastest laps of the race. 51.2s, 51.1. For Alan Elwood, 3 seconds of 51.7. He's gonna need to have some help from Geist and company if he wants to go and try and chase them down. If he does not gain up any time whatsoever this next lap, it's safe to say, unless Hastings and Lyda start battling, that is going to be a no end in sight for Elwood to go for the race win here today.
Yes. Right now, Hastings showcasing why that kart's got a good speed, though you have to give him credit. What we've seen to start off the day, carrying through said day right now, Hastings, one of the drivers that we've seen have relatively good speed. He's got better and better most rounds, but last time out, picked up 245 points. That was the season high. He's already dropped to 100 in his pocket from here today for the championship. So 5 minutes to work with this time around. By the time they get to the stripe, less than 5 minutes left to go. Geist, by the way, still relatively quick in the top 5, nothing done. Ianello holding on to 6th position in the choo-choo train. A lot of trains that built up at the back of the field also. Those drivers such as the Monisons, like Doty, like Simonelek, have all grouped together ways off the race leader, but have put on some relatively good racing back there.
Yeah, the one you're watching right now on screen is led by Scott Moniston for 10th position. He's got Dan Moniston behind him with Doty, Simonelek, and Noble right here. So a good little fight for the final top 10 positioning as they will work their way through. One driver thinks about poking the nose out to try to see if he can get around, but gonna just stay tucked up in a line as there they go back over into turn number 1. And right now, the gap, 4.2 seconds between your top 2 and Alan Elwood. So, but last time by, Elwood ran his fastest lap of the race. The problem is, so did Hastings and Lyda by a significant margin, over half a second faster than Elwood.
Yep, and right now, just kind of showcase the speed of that respective pack right now compared to the race leaders, what they've been able to institute here this weekend for these races. Still, though, as we rumble, less than 4 minutes to work with, some battling in the back group. Doty trying to make a move. A lot of looks that time for one of the Monisons. No group, Munson. Not able to get himself a run, and Munson stays in front. The 23 does in that pack. Less than 3.5 minutes to go.
Looking through the field to see here as we go back towards the Moniston battle for position in 10th. As Matt and Scott are just trying, or Scott and Dan are working their way down, trying to hold off. Dan in 11th with Mike Doty in that Kart Republic, trying to put a little pressure on to see if he can pick up an extra spot and see if he can break into the top 10.
Yes, indeed. So when does Lyda make the move here, Taylor, is the question. They still have how much time is left on the clock here, trying to do the rough math here. Maybe 3 to 5 laps, more likely towards the 5 here to be able to get things done. When do you pull the cord if you are the 9?
If I was Lida right now, I would be waiting till probably the last lap at the minimum.
Why so?
Unless Hastings makes a mistake. Why? Because you don't want to bring in this group of drivers. Yeah, you have a 5 seconds, but when you keep swapping back and forth, that is what's going to help Elwood and company to bring in, because they're not battling for position. They're trying to work a little bit to go single file, not push the envelope. Lida, if he starts battling with Hastings, that will bring them in, and it's very quickly of how much a gap can be lost when you are battling for position. Even with 2 minutes to go, you have a little wiggle room, but you got to count the fact that they still have an extra 2 laps left to go once we cross that timing mark. So I would wait till probably the final lap, if not with 2 laps to go, to really make sure I have what it takes to go and battle Hastings and set himself up for a slingshot pass out of the final corner would probably be the best bet.
Absolutely. Keep an eye on if there's anything like that that happens here as we take a look at some of the other carts as they go. Elwood, his pack is splintered apart. Swift has kept up here, but right now still it's separation of about 3 kart lengths between the battle for 3rd and 4th, with Geist not having as much of the long run at this certain moment in time. Elwood doing well, but we've had a change up front as we looked away. Lida has indeed taken the lead from Hastings. Now does Hastings have enough for a response?
This is going to be exciting. It looks like Lida decided to pull that trigger, and he wants to now lead the charge. Let's see what the gap is here as they cross the line. The 51.0 to a 51.26 last time for those competitors. No really major gain, though, from Elwood. So they are free to do battle here as long as they keep in mind that they don't want to lose touch and make sure Elwood closes in on this battle for the race lead.
Yes, right now they are still 5.7 seconds behind, though. That's the tough thing. They come up to 2 laps to go. Ben Lida in prime, Matthew Lida should say, in prime position to be able to score significant points here today. Over top Alan Elwood would be a separation roughly by at least 30 points, give or take, if my numbers are correct here. We'll have to check once things go through the timing sequences. With 2 laps to go, Hastings can change up the equation just an extra little bit more. Nothing doing in terms of any passes in one of his best races of the season. He tries to dig to try and find a way to get back alongside the 9.
Here we go into the hairpin. They will make their way. Lida still keeping a distance from Hastings. Hastings tries to lead the charge down the short chute over to the S's. Can he get enough of a toe to try to see if he can set a pass up on the front straightaway? We're about to find out as they come out of the final corner to get the white flag. One more time around, and Hastings all over that back bumper. He'll look to the inside, tries to send it down to the bottom as they head into 1.
Narrow poke for Hastings, able to clear. Lida tries to set something back up. 2 more sectors to work with. Matthew Lida tries to coil it up. Hastings have to play some defense by turn 7. Will it become a defensive maneuver here from Hastings? Hastings already hugs the grass. Side by side for the lead. Lida tries to diamond down. He gets the cut alongside. Hastings forced to shuffle in the seat. That costs him time. That costs him the lead. Matthew Lida jumps his way back to the point. Only a couple more corners to work with.
Here they come to the start-finish line, nose to tail. Does Hastings drop out and try to get around? It will not work for Lida to take home another victory. And how about this battle for the final step of the podium across the line? Elwood gets the 3rd spot, holding off Ronald Swift.
About 0.51 of a second, believe, is that interval on screen. That's how close things get. How about that race to start off our finals here today? Lida over Hastings, Elwood, Swift, and Geist. Still plenty of drivers finishing up. Without Nello, Gorman, Overbeck, Noble, and Doherty the top 10. Doherty 30 seconds off your race leader here today. The rest of the field, Noble, then Scott Monson, then Dan Monson, along with Kevin Seminoic, Jennifer Hildebrand will finish off in 15th position. Now to look top to bottom at the running order here today for 206 Master. With the ready racing, we're already firing up the engines for the next one. 206 Junior coming up, Taylor.
The 206 Juniors are now making their way out onto the circuit here. We'll give you your starting lineup here momentarily. But it's going to be an exciting one to see how this plays out amongst these competitors as they get themselves fired up. There you see Adler Klein ready to lead us to the green flag.
So all the drivers get themselves ready to line up for this one. Pretty sizable field ready to roll in the next few moments. Let's find out how they will start. Adler Klein and Edward Kolecker start on the front row. Tegan Snyder keep an eye on the 9 machine with Homer Heyman in 4th. Wilkie in Langley wants the top 6 with Richter, Maskell, Nesbitt, and Maxey. Hosky, Brzezinski, along with Bethune, DeCoster, Benjamin, Richard, and Bagoon. Butler at the back of the field with Harvey. Top to bottom of the running order there. Klein, remember, got a sizable distance in his pre-final earlier. It was a winning margin of 3.9 seconds. I don't think that happens again.
I have to agree with you on that. I think it's going to be a little more closer together, given the fact that from the pre-final event we saw, Justin, there was mistakes made, a big-time chaos that happened, and that allowed Adler Klein to pull away. Schneider's now a little bit closer. Heyman hopefully will be not as aggressive on that opening lap to try and take the fight to Adler Klein.
Field ready to go just about here as we get set for 10 more minutes of racing. 10 minutes plus 2 laps up on the board with Klein ready to be in control of this field. One of the best runs of the season so far for Kowecker. Green, green, green. Did we get a full start there? Didn't see the clock moving on the boards, but we are still side by side for the race lead. Looks like Klein able to clear on by up front as they make their way up to 4.
Great fight for position here as they work their way up through into that first hairpin. Klein, Schneider, and Heyman are really trying to jockey for position. And how about Wilkie right there in 3rd, looking to try to get around Tegan Schneider as they come through the second hairpin. Good nose to tail action as Klein leads the charge.
Yeah, but for how long is the question? Snyder with the fire off, providing a ton of pressure already, trying to find a way to nudge past the 33. First minute burned off. Here comes Snyder going for the race lead already. Snyder inside, takes the point and brings Wilkie with them. So Tegan Snyder, your points leader coming in, takes the lead, and he does so in just a few moments.
Tegan Schneider picking up where he last left off as Klein drops back to 3rd. Wilkie moving up to 2nd. Kloecker sitting comfortably in the 4th position as Klein thought about looking to the inside of Wilkie. Thought better of it. Ducks back in line as they come out of that corner and lead the charge. It's about a 2-car length advantage over Wilkie and Kloecker as Klein is starting to fall back from this lead top 2.
Yeah, it's starting to lose a lot of ground here all of a sudden. Just didn't get as good of a run off the start as you'd expect in the opening laps here. Some drivers squabbling far back. Three-car breakaway off of the very point, though, as they go in this one. Koecker, by the way, amongst the drivers that have finished up in close finishes this season already, in the past years, actually. One of the many a part of the Ohio Valley Karting Association, looking to just try and get a good points day. Close out the runs here today in the juniors. Same for Wilkie, who seems to be willing to push. No major forced runs on Snyder. All this is while these drivers try and line themselves around here. Heyman jumping up to the top 5, by the way, Taylor. So now, as things go, looks like Maskell had some issues on the track. Also just fell out of the top 5 in the order. Some people in the back of the groups starting to really squabble some 2x2.
2x2 action as they squabble it out a little bit. The 022 machine right there, along with McCloskey, Richter, Maxey, and Nesbitt jockeying around for position inside the top 10. Really good fight amongst them as Langley holds on to the 6th spot. Little tap of the helmet there from the drivers. Nesbitt working his way through as the 48 machine of Richards, who had a terrible start in the pre-final, looking to try to find a way to recover.
Yep, and right now the tough thing is getting the chance to recover. There's 10 minutes, there's a decent amount of time to do it. It's easier said than done in these races. Some more battling towards the back of the field. Some of the drivers push their way on forward, like Krasuski. A lot of squabbling all across this entire pack here right now, and that's the beauty of motorsport. You never know where you can find a battle, and a lot of times at this level, you have the kart skill sets gravitate towards each other, and that's what we're seeing in a lot of cases. Very equal fights amongst these respective packs.
Big time stack up right there as they come out of the final corner. Everyone now starting to compress back together, and just as we say that, there we see some drivers moving out of line. 72 by the looks of it, who decided to move out as we go back up to the front of the field. Schneider, Wilkie, Klein, still your top 3. They have a little bit of a breathing room from Homer Heyman, who is about 2 seconds behind, as Klein has now caught pace and staying within striking distance of Wilkie and Schneider.
Yes, and now that gap still remains in well control. Still keep an eye on some of the others as we go here. Cayman Koecker continues to just drop like a lead balloon, but does have a sizable 2 seconds at least for the next carts to be able to hold on for spots as we run here. So all these sizable gaps continue to form up here, Taylor, in some of these cases here. Exactly what you would hope for if you're up at the front of the field, a chance for a buffer to hold on for these spots here, as we still have plenty of laps to go.
And we have certainly plenty of laps, plenty of racing. It's all a matter of how much you want to have the chance to move up the running order. As we watch this battle a little further back, this is for 8th, 9th, and 10th. McCloskey, Nesbitt, and Richards, who are out there in the hunt. As Nesbitt holding on to 9th, Richard right behind him as he finally breaks into the top 10.
Here we go, some more side-by-side popping up on screen also. Richard amongst those trying to squabble, McCloskey amongst the battles on racetrack. A lot of people just trying to figure out ways to squabble, ways to move forward. We have had a penalty, by the way. A couple of them come on through in the past couple minutes. Warning for a tramline violation for Alvar Klein. He can still find in third. But Krasuski will have a 5-second penalty for instant responsibility from contact. So the 85 will plummet down the pylon as things stand. It will put them at 17. as a result of a hit like that to their timing as we run here on the racetrack.
Tough break right there for Krzyzewski as he was looking to try to move up a little bit further the running order. Unfortunately, that will not be the case for him, as it looks like he, I'll have to say, probably be finishing at least 17th.
Yeah, that's exactly what just mentioned there, but your top three. Choo-choo train around here. Klein, working, Wilkie, patient. Wilkie runner started in the top 5, but gone up 6 spots in the pre-final alone. Raw speed. Wilkie wants those that's raced for a little while now. And then 84 camp. Part of Ollie Rocket in terms of some of the competition has had some good action for themselves over the years in the Coyote that they drive here in the karting scene. It's raced all over the place. As of late, very active on social media also to be able to keep his team informed and keep drivers informed, to say the very least. So, right now, just trying to provide pressure, a bit of a slide for Snyder, no one taking advantage.
Nope, no one is, and they decided to just follow in line, realize that, like we touched on, the more that they fight, the more they could possibly bring in people. They have a little bit of wiggle room right now to where if they do, they could start battling a little bit. But you don't want to do that, because right there, that's the gap between themselves, Heyman and Kloecker right there. You don't want to be battling too much, because that will bring those two in as Kloecker thinks about going into the inside with that Coyote. Thought better of it, goes back in line.
Nothing doing and nothing changed. Once again, they stay all single filed at the moment. Down to the final minute. So far, we have had a driver set a record, by the way, in this race. Fastest lap has been by Wilkie. 51.035, quickest lap of the season. While still pushing Snyder. So nothing has changed outside of that running order. Right now, Kloecker doing well. Let's go back to the front. The time on the board here looking like a 3 to go situation here. As we get ready to see how things fare out. Somebody, anybody has got to make a move here if they want to win this race. Wilkie gets a good run, but not able to take it anywhere. That checks up Klein yet again. They're all backed up, Taylor.
They are all backed up, but the problem is who's going to be the first one to strike, who will go on the defense is going to be another question as well. Schneider tries to find his opening and make sure he can keep away from Wilkie and Klein. Will Klein work with Wilkie to try and get around Schneider on the final couple of laps as we go a little further back to some of the chaos outside the top 10?
You see the air pack, by the way, all connected together amongst those maxi. You have Richard, Nesbitt, Langley on some of the packs together. You have Mikulski in the pack right now to Coster and company. What's the matter? Oh, some slides in that back grouping. And one able to hold on to it as that opens up the door for Krzyzewski, who, remember, will be able to keep those overall spots by the end of the race. Just trying to pick up track position itself on circuit for now as they turn. And at this point, Krzyzewski can make up the ground, yeah, on the circuit, but it's going to be hard to build up a 5-second separation on most of the field. Net 15th at best right now. As we look at the next grouping up front, pressure building to the back end of Richard as he gets pushed by Nesbitt.
Does he have the room? Does he have the space? Last lap, Kloecker gets around Homer Heyman for the 4th spot as he moves up a spot. Great pass for him, as it's now going to be keeping an eye on how it will play out amongst the top 3 as they work their way over into the final couple of corners. And there you saw them passing by on screen as we watch Kloecker now have to hold off Heyman for a couple more corners. Meanwhile, back to the front, Klein and Wilkie battle for second. Schneider's trying to figure out which lane to block as they go back in line. This is going to be the It's going to be a drag race as Klein takes the spot away. Drag race down the front straightaway. Who's got the gumption to take home the win as they race to the checkered flag? It will be Wilkie gets the win by 0.005 of a second.
How about that finish? Wilkie able to cut his way on by. Klein gets relegated on down to second. Snyder looked to be in control up into the final corner complex. Goes off out of turn 11. Always a risk at that part of the circuit. And it hands it to the 84. Kwecker amongst the top four. Some of the drivers towards the bottom, like Matsko, hoping for a lot better tomorrow after having speed today. So just like that, the juniors put on a phenomenal race once more here, Taylor. We're only 2 races into the finals.
We certainly are. It's now time for the 206 seniors, and we just kick it up a little bit more.
Take a break. More coverage coming up after this. Our next group is on circuit already. It's senior time. The 206s. Let's find out. They start here in the next moment or so. You're on Kart Chaser. So that gap on the timing is Henry Wheeler supposed to be. Ben Lida is next. Jordan Klein. She will start in third. Nolan Holiday in fourth. Addison INL in top 5 with Beckham Lewis. Then Hagerman and Degenhardt, followed by Guslow and Gorman. You also throw Ryan Crouch and Braden Heber in the mix. So Heber starting at the tail. Big note there for this race, Taylor, as they get ready.
It's time to get set. It's time to go racing here as Wheeler, Lida, and Klein lead us here to the green flag. As they enter into the tram line, looking over to see, and signals given, and away we go as they head on off. Henry Wheeler leads us into turn 1 as they go side by side, several rows deep, and at that, it's going to be Wheeler and trouble for Lida. He'll go off into the dirt.
Already drivers having some contact here as they get elbows out in the heart of the field. Wheeler trying to hold back the pack a little bit in your contact as Heber tries to go left, right, center, find a way through some of the traffic. Has already gained 2 spots in 1 lap at the back of the field. So a chaotic start for some, a calm start up at the front at the very least. Wheeler looking to control things with his wheels.
Henry Wheeler doing what he does best here because he is one of the top drivers in 206 racing, has won here multiple times as Jordan Klein. She moves up into second place with Addison Ianello right behind her. Nolan Holiday, Garrett Hagerman now your top 5 as here comes Jordan Klein with a big run. Will she try to set something up and take the fight to Henry Wheeler?
That's the question as Klein tries to set something up. She waits and watches. Ianello just waits in the wings for now as well as they fight their way on through. Remember, here are the points leader coming in. had a disqualification. That's the reason he went down low on the point tallies. Today so far would be Braden Heber's drop. If things hold, that's again per the points tallies as we run Iannello for now only gaining in this race weekend so far of 22 points. A lot can change over the course of the weekend though, especially with Heber trying to make up a lot of ground back there, having issues with Degenhardt. But it's still going to be a little bit more difficult to clinch for Kart number 8 for this series championship as the way things stand.
Well, Heber made one pass already on Degenhardt to move up into the 9th position as we go back up to the front of the field with Wheeler, Klein, Iannello, and Holiday. Your top 4 now as they hold position, hold station. Quite a bit of racing left to go there. You see Lewis and Hagerman as we now see Heber go back to the bottom of the racetrack looking to try to get around Zexulio for the 8th spot. Try to pick up a couple of more and get a little bit of an extra cushion. Doesn't want to try to use this race as his drop race. Make it crucial to have a strong finish to wrap up the season.
Yes, and right now we were trying to march things along still. Looks like one driver having a spin in the background, so some issues at the back of the field. Would have been around where Lyda and Gorman were running just about in terms of the running order. The rest of the field for now, keeping it nice and tidy once the race. Everyone staying close together. Lewis trying to find a way to make it a 5-car breakaway instead of 4. You can see the 443 pushing while Heber tries to push to get around Crouch. Does. So Heber is back up to 7th on the recovery drive.
Field works their way through as Heber now moving up. He's got a little bit of work to do to catch up to Ryan Crouch currently as he tries to chase them down. Crouch holding on to the 7th position just up ahead. Actually, just got around Crouch as we see right there. Apologies on that. Hagerman, the next one he's about to put down.
Yes, indeed. Heber pushing hard. 4 now is the main thing at this point of the race. All of this is with more than 5 minutes to work with. Heber trying to leapfrog another. It's Hagerman next up on the order. Heber cuts underneath, makes the pass before turn 1. And again, another move. Another one made. Heber up to 6th in the blue and yellow Kart. So, just trying to limit as much of the damage as possible. If anything, get back into a net positive here. The Kart definitely has speed in it here today, especially in this race. At this point, Heber going to have to work hard if he wants to get to Lewis. Outside of that, might be the ceiling.
We'll see what the lap times are. Braden Heber is setting the fastest laps of the race as we go back up to Henry Wheeler, Klein, Iannello, and company. There you see how much he is gaining up on Lewis as Henry Wheeler sets the fastest lap of the race, and Braden Heber was 0.2 faster than Beckham Lewis last time by. 1.5 seconds separates himself from a top 5 finish here in the closing stages of the race. 4.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go.
So all this is while one car is stopped. Kusil and Degenhardt are the drivers off the racetrack. Gorman is still going, albeit 19 seconds back of the rest of the field as we turn. Around 4 minutes to work with in the game planning. We have a penalty coming through, an AC coming through for Jordan Klein for avoidable contact.
Now, what will be the penalty is the question.
Yeah, the avoidable conduct, I think, is the penalty. So there is a penalty board popping up for the 116 on timing and scoring at the moment. Just got confirmation. It is 5 seconds. The penalty for Klein is 5 seconds So that would put Klein all the way down into 8th position as a result. Take her out of the equation here for the race win, even though she's pushing.
Tough break right there. But the thing is, if I was Klein, I would be pushing as much to try to separate myself from Lewis and company. You want to try to stretch it out to over a 5-second advantage in order to have a shot of staying in good positioning here, as she will work with Henry Wheeler and continue to push him further. Won't go for the race lead probably, but if it means that she can hold on to a top 5 finish here in today's action, that is the best case for her.
Absolutely. Now we'll see if INL and Holiday are able to do something here. They are losing ground at the wrong time here. Just not able to get the speed where they need it to go to be able to keep up with the draft right now as they turn these laps here. By the way, Heber has now caught up to Lewis just about. Within about a second, last time by for Heber. The 8 has now chipped it away to half a second in the next pack. There it is there. It's brought Crouch and Hagerman with them. And Heber is in prime position to at least finish in the top 5 here. Just able to get better straight line speed with this pull, getting in the corners, closing bit by bit.
Yeah, he got a great run out of turn number 4 as they come into turn 7. He's going to work his way up closer and inch his way. Right now, as he gets a good run, he's got a help from the toe of the draft from the 443 of Lewis. As they climb up the hill, see something, maybe he'll probably try to see if he can work with Lewis, see if they can make up some ground on the competitors, because if he can maybe at least get 4th. Nope, thinks better of it. He'll look to the inside, side by side for 5th. Move Heber into the top 5 once again.
So Heber able to recover a lot of spots in a short amount of time. Down to the final minute or so in this race. This time is of the urgency now. The late stages for Iannello and for Holiday. More drivers looking to pass on by Lewis. Crouch and Hagerman looking to slip by. They do. So Lewis, who had great starting position, and there had everything just slip away.
Now I think it's safe to say for Heber as he comes across the line now, 4.87 seconds with no help. Even though he has incredible pace, it's safe to say the best he will be able to get right now is 4th position, because he is over or under that 5-second threshold for Jordan Klein. They're putting Jordan in 5th as she continues to work with Henry Wheeler in that Coyote machine to push him and see if they can continue to stretch out that lead. The more cars she can put over 5 seconds behind her, the better odds she has of at least maintaining a top 5 finish.
That's to be able to push here as the clock has reached zeros. You see 2 laps to go up on the number board. 2 final times around in this one. Henry Wheeler came into today looking to have a bit of fun. Just a couple more races left on the national scene, including SCUSA competition for Supernats next month. Why not set the gauntlet down and get yourself a win, having a bit of fun here in 206 competition. Wheeler holds on in front of Klein, who is not going to be for the overall official win. Coming up to the white flag, this time by. Wheeler's comfortable with this advantage. It is growing as the white flag waves one more time around.
How about this pass for position right behind as Holiday looks to the inside of Iannello? Not going to work. Holiday goes back into line as those two will now try to battle it out for position.
Iannello and Holiday not thinking about the lead. Klein takes the lead on track, but this is not for the win. Remember the time penalty situation. So Klein does set up a move. Don't think she knows the situation. She'll find out when she gets out. Wheeler goes to try and take the lead on track, pushing. Nearly pushes off Klein. Able to clear. So the checker flag waves. This time through, it's Henry Wheeler who will get the advantage in 206 Senior. And Ellen Holiday, the unofficial with the penalty factored in top 3. Klein would, in theory, be as far back as 7th with the official order.
Yeah, Heber, Crouch, Hagerman, and those 3 really buckled down to try and close that gap up towards the end. So they were able to move up. So that would move Braden Heber up to 4th, Ryan Crouch into the top 5.
So 206 Senior has an relatively calm day for their respective race. Our next group gets prepared. It's 206 Cadet. They'll be up on the racetrack. 206 Cadet now gets lined up for their respective race. We'll see that lineup in the next moments or so. There are 10 drivers, remember, part of this class. Here's the starting lineup. Logan Pollock and Harrison Bell in the front row. Lee Simonelek and Drew Snyder are the top 4. They stayed relatively calm in the race earlier. Ryan Hutzbarger and Oliver Collins, the top 6. Colton Hoops and Henry Onken, followed by Eli Alexander and Caden Tracy gets the top 10. That's what we're talking about with the railroad here, Taylor. How do you feel this race is going to play out? We've seen it was really calm earlier.
I have a feeling it's going to be kind of the same deal. A couple of drivers may try to work together to see if they can battle it out for position. But if I was but for our championship competitor, Drew Schneider, just need to get the point, finish strong, and look to try to capitalize on a championship.
So the field gets itself ready to go. Come out, no major issues to think about, except can I get a win to wrap up the 206 portion of the day here today. Remember, after this, Shifter followed by KA100 Master, the Minis and Micros, the KA100 Juniors, and KA100 Pro-Ams. And of course, the final portion of the day today is the Australian Pursuit races. They'll combine 206 Senior and Master together. And then the KA100 Seniors have their own respective race also. So we get set to go here, Taylor. This is about to get interesting to see where things go for this fight up front in a moment.
It's going to be a fun little fight. Pollock and Bell are going to be some of the class of the field, I have to say. But Simonelek and Schneider will try something here in the late stages, hopefully, and have ourselves an exciting fight for the finish. As is that? Yep, that's Schneider having more issues on the start to get himself going.
Still able to get to a starting spot at the very least. So now looks like we're just about ready to get the launch off here. Field being told this time, slow it down, keep it calm. They're ready to fire. Green light, green flag. And Pollock gets a good start, but Bell gets a better one. Bell had a run and he gets spun. Bell goes around from second, collects one of his fellow drivers at the back. That's Simonelek, who I believe got collected there. And that slows up several drivers. The rest of the field rumbles away.
That would look like to be the 72 of Hoops also getting caught up in that incident as well. So tough break here on the opening couple of corners for our competitors as they try to negotiate, see how it all plays out. But Pollock and company all now trying to work their way through. Drew Schneider trying to find him out there on the track as Huntsberger and the 5 of Collins have moved up. As we pick them up, hopefully coming to the start-finish line, there is Pollock, Huntsberger. Where is Drew Schneider, your championship leader?
Yeah, well, Snyder, that question is answered with way far back from that contact. How about down into 10th position, dead last on time and scoring? We've seen him right there. That's a long distance back from Snyder as a result, and that's going to really shake up things a little bit there. 206 Cadet did see Snyder basically with the trophy in hand. A little bit of adversity, and will probably be Drew Snyder's drop round here, Taylor.
Yeah. He had an issue in turn 2 that caused him to crash in that situation we saw. He's back out on the track, but he's going to be going a lap down here pretty soon as we pick up your top second and third place driver of Huntsbarger and Collins, who is looking to have a strong run here today.
One of the drivers has been able to put together a pretty surprising run here in the order. So now, as we go, look to see where things stack up now as they make their way on through. 444 Bell recovering some spots. Bit of a send to the outside. Onken missing the bottom of the racetrack with the pass. And that puts him up for Bradford Alexander also. This field completely scrambled as a result of an incident here. Going to be a lot of work for Huntsbarger and Collins to close. But Bell seems to have a rocket just pushed way too hard to start.
Well, we'll keep an eye here with Bell as he sits in the 5th position in front of Omkin right there. You see him as he comes across the line. Bell moving up now to 4th. Simonelli right behind. Really good run, because the question is, does Bell and Simonelli have enough time to catch up to Collins and Huntsbarger? They have pace, but do they have the time is the question right now as they work their way through. For Logan Pollock, though, he's out for a Saturday afternoon drive here, a 4.5 second advantage.
Yeah, huge advantage for Pollock at this point. Only way to close out on this rate is make a mistake, and the thing is, we don't usually see a lot of those mistakes pop up, do we? Usually, when you have that bigger advantage, it's usually raw speed. It's a close-up difference here. Logan Pollock, once the drivers. We talked about the races of Fairbank in this region, usually in a Kart Republic. But that second group, again, lost time. Last time by, it was 7/10 lost. And that is absolutely astounding here, to say the very least. Just showcases how quick 013 has been this weekend so far and how things look to be by the time we get to tomorrow.
It's Simonelli sets fastest lap of the race, and he is making pace, as just as I say that, Logan Pollock to the top of the leaderboard with the fast lap of the race. As we watch the 5 and Huntsbarger and Collins doing everything they can to work together, but it seems like it is not working out in their favor. Pollock just has that kart dialed in to where he can show pace.
Yeah, I don't know if there's really too much in the working together category that we're seeing here, as you would potentially expect in this case. Mind you, again, Collins, one of the several that also races in OVKA competition. Back in August, for example, had done well in some of the pre-final action in that series. One of the many who likes to keep busy here, and we have an off-track. A bit of an off-track excursion. One more driver slams into the barrier.
That is the 5 of Collins who has issue. Unfortunately, claimed as a victim of the blue cone out there. And that will end, by the looks of it, Collins' day here today.
Collins was doing so well, and down the middle of the straightaway, it almost looked like something broke on the corner of the screen. The 5 drops down, and Stunner moves up to 9th from it. that leaves Huntsbarger alone. Here's the thing. There's a blue cone in the middle of the racetrack, Taylor. That's a bit of a problem. Somebody's going to have to get the cone.
It's the blue cone. It's the blue shell. It's another reference. You don't want to get hit by that or hit that.
Yeah, so curious where things going to shake up there. With the blue cone, should be able to get that place once there's a little bit of a gap on the track. By the way, Tracy just lost a lot of ground. Snyder has passed on by for the top 8. 3 minutes to go on the clock here. Just 3 minutes to work with in this race, and Pollock's lead stays at 5.7 seconds as we turn. Semenelek still turning fast laps, but the problem is, with the incident, still 8.7 seconds behind. Bell is trying to keep up with him, and Bell is pushing hard, trying to take a podium away.
Bell is going to push Semenelek further and further, see what he can do. They have plenty of time to make it work. As they do so, who's going to come out on the final step of the podium? Big slide right there by Semenelek. Bell also goes a little bit too wide. That gives Semenelek a little bit of breathing room to keep him in the 3rd spot for now.
Yes, absolutely. Bell's had a rocket. Fast lap after fast lap lately. It's been that time of a day for Harrison Bell. So all that being said, as they go here, the driver based out of Ohio looks to see if there's any poking opportunities pretty soon. Still 3 car lengths back. What do you do if you're in Bell's circumstance here, Taylor, to try and get this podium? We know how quick the 444 is, just it's been about harnessing it.
It's all about patience. Try to build up that momentum, keep the RPMs wound up on that Cadet kart, and set your pass up. Try to get Semenelek to make a mistake is another key thing that could help him as well. We saw how much sliding Semenelek has been doing on some of those hairpin corners. That is what could help him. And as a matter of fact, they could actually go for second because they're closing in on Huntsbarger. To the inside, Bell goes, shows the nose as Semenelek shuts the door on him.
Able to slam the door for now in the fight. Doesn't want to give this spot up for anything. That's the obvious part in this battle right now. Semenelek wanting to at least be able to stand on the podium, get himself a small trophy, be able to get some chili and some candy. And looking for a sweet opportunity to be able to hold on to the spot as they go. Huntsbarger, by the way, still remains in front by near 2 seconds. They are chipping away the gap on Huntsbarger as well. They might run out of time though. They are almost in drafting distance with 16 seconds on the board, about 3 to go.
Can they do anything to catch up to Huntsbarger? They don't want to be battling too much because then they lose the chance of going after Huntsbarger. Semenelek trying to work with Bell, see if they can close the gap. Bell staying tucked up behind him, not pushing the envelope, but waiting to see if there is a mistake that could happen as they hunt them down the short chute over to turn 7.
Yep, so all that being said right now, this is going to be interesting to say the very least if we see these packs indeed converge here in this situation. 2 laps to go, and they are now within 4 car lengths. Can they make it less? Can they keep trimming the gap down? Huntsbarger last time by 52.3s. Leaders also been in the 52-second bracket. Semenelek and Bell have remained for the past few laps in the 51s. They do have lap traffic ahead. Will it play a factor here? Semenelek trying to make a move. Lap traffic moves up to the high side. Now ascend by Bell. Lap traffic spins out in front, and Tracy in the grass as the leaders continue to squabble.
They will continue to squabble. Tracy, thankfully, is out of harm's way. But here comes Simonelli with a big run. White flag in the air for these three drivers as here he looks down to the bottom of the racetrack. He's not into the inside fully. Tries to send it in, looks in, completes the pass into one.
Took a lot of work to close up. Seemed like it was going to be a hard task. In the end, Simonelli times it up just right for the final time around here. Our fourth final of the day had a wild moment to start with some spinners. We had one driver in the barriers. Snyder only able to get to 7th at the very end of the race. Make it 6th, make it 5th because Onken dropped down the pylon. But as they get ready to come down the front, it's Pollock, who in the end got through the spin quickly, didn't get held up, pulled away, never looked back. It is Logan Pollock who's able to get the race win today. Meanwhile, Simonelli holds on to second, drag race for third. At the line, it's Bell. Bell with the transponder gets the difference. That difference being 22 one-thousandths of a second. Make it 24. Let's take a look at the results here as Logan Pollock has Simonelli in second, Bell, Huntsbarger, Snyder, top 5, Hoops, Alexander, Onken, Tracy, and Collins getting the top 10 dealer.
Absolutely great drive by Logan Pollock to have that kart dialed up, ready to go racing, and put on an astounding performance. Simonelli and company, give credit to Drew Schneider, recovering to 5th place in his run to try and stay in the chance of claiming a championship.
Let's take a quick commercial break. Shifter and Junior Shifter up next. You're watching Kart Chaser.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina, and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR, with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Welcome back to Kart Chasers coverage of the Pro-Am Karting Championship here at MCC for Kartoween. It's time to drop some gears and turn out the lights for shifter racing with senior and junior shifters. It's Larry Pegram and Mitchell Lowry on the front row with Riley Pegram and Jeff Lyda in row 2. Ben Lyda and Fred Robertson in row 3 with Doug Duff and Homer Heyman in row number 4. Heyman on the pole for junior shifter. Nico Katowski, Robert Lash, your top 10 with Ethan Langley, Eli Furnish, your 12th, Tyler Abel, and Kevin Simonelli, your final 14 drivers the next 10 minutes plus 2 laps.
So it's down to bottom at the running order here for our shifters. Seen earlier, Larry Pegram was able to fend off Mitchell Lowry. Riley Pegram in the qualifying stations also try to close on up there. See what happens this time through in the race as we get ready to roar here. Field getting lined up. 14 strong. Looking to rumble in this one. Quick expectations, Taylor, as they get ready to line up.
Well, you can't go wrong with the Pegrams in their Burrell Art TKG machines. Mitchell Lowry, though, is going to try everything to change the outcome of the action as well, but it's going to be a catch-22. And then, of course, in the junior shifters, Heyman and Katowski will put on a stellar fight there as well.
So it looks like one driver having some issues. To be able to get lined up there, that's Eli Furnish getting assistance. Thumbs up. Look at the lights. Stare up to the sky. Lights are out. We're underway. Some chaos and impact. But it's up front. Lowry who gets the crossover attempt on the curbing. Larry Pegram fends it off. Larry Pegram leads them down to 4.
Great drive right there by Larry Pegram on the opening couple of corners. Mitchell Lowry has to fight his way in second with Riley Pegram holding third. As we go a little further back, Doug Duff is now your champion, who is your championship leader, trying everything to hold on as they have a big stack up out of turn 6. That causes Ben Lighty to get tucked up behind, losing spots and bringing in the juniors.
Wild start for Larry Pegram, able to hold things off the top 3, run away. And then 19, Jim Wild still tries to hold firm in front, but it's going to be Nico Katowski who's got the better launch with a 49 flat to start things off with the 92 machine. Still, though, this has been a really quick start for the front runners. They were 2 to 3 seconds quicker off the blocks, Taylor. And we're seeing right now Lowry trying to match toe-to-toe. Larry Pegram not giving an inch here with what he's done on speed.
Now, Larry knows a thing or two about getting around this circuit with these shifter karts. We have seen him time and time again racing at the highest levels of karting. As we go a little further back with your championship leader of Doug Duff, going toe-to-toe with Ben Lighty, who is making his debut in shifter this season and has done a lot of work and has made some progress, looking to try to continue that going into next season. As he looks to the inside, beautiful pass to get around Duff.
And remember, Duff amongst those in the championship conversation here when it comes to his shifter class. The pro shifter led by Doug Duff. Nikolai Dukov not here today. He was second in points essentially with today. Doug Duff can walk away with the championship unofficially as they go. So Doug Duff just needs to keep it clean. The full-time runner ready to close out strong. Just needs to keep it without any issues, get the race done, get the points, score them, celebrate for tomorrow. All this as well, Katowski having a fun fight. Amen. Trying to keep the pressure high, still trying to find a way around Duff.
Doing everything he can as we go a little bit further behind. This is the battle between Katowski and Heyman in the junior shifter battle, and those two are putting on a spirited fight amongst themselves, keeping up with some of the senior shifters.
Yes, indeed. All that wow. See how big Heyman has been able to close up down some of these straightaways here. Just able to get things timed up really well in the gearing while Katowski's trying to back up some of his corners, let it coast a little bit more, it almost looks like. For running in the areas like 11 and 12 to be able to help under the braking side of things. See that difference right there. A little bit earlier Katowski, then back in a little bit deeper for that 43.
Back it up a little bit here as Katowski works his way through, gets a better run off corner exit. Then you have the battle behind them between Furnish and Langley. That's continuing on in the junior shifter category. And then Abel, Lash, and Simonelik outside the top 10. So really good fight, and incredible that they're keeping up with Doug Duff quite well.
Pretty incredible racing, absolutely. By the way, Lowry up front has the lead. We looked away for a little bit. Larry Pegram had it previously. The gap is 0.7 of a second up at the point now. So the 221 is in full control. There it is there over the Pegrams. Lowry meets up front.
Lowry continues to stretch out that lead, setting the fastest lap of the race. I gotta say, it's an impressive drive right there in that Magic Kart as they continue to pull away. 5 minutes plus 2 laps left to go. Nico Katowski still holding off Heyman as well in the junior shifter category. Has trouble for one driver. That looks like to be Ethan Langley or Tyler Abel, who just went a lap down. Yep, Tyler Abel. Trouble for him as he missed a shift coming out of the final corner.
Absolutely. It's been that difficulty right now with the shifting. You have to be precise on the marks. You can stall it. You can have some backfire. You can have some slow ups if you're not able to get yourself quickly through the gear shifts with these karts here today. We're seeing right now some of these drivers really work hard. What they've been able to do through this. It's a very driver-intensive chassis. It takes a huge skill set to be a good shifter racer.
It really does, and I'm curious to see what will happen amongst them as they work their way through, and if Riley and Larry can find their way to close the gap on Mitchell Lowry as we go back to the junior shifters right here, and it's still Katowski over Heyman. They're still fighting hard amongst themselves as they are staying in lockstep with each other and with Doug Duff.
Yeah. Right now, people going full defensive for this battle for the juniors. I think Duff at this point is comfortable. He's been able to pull away the gap. He's been able to build a distance. Been able to run away that extra little bit here to make sure there's no pressure for the 7th overall spot. But the others here in their fight still not been able to square away who is going to have the advantage over the other right here. Katowski just is that much quicker right now. Nico just able to hold on with those small differences.
Got a great run out of the final corner, but the problem is Doug Duff, and the thing is, that CRG is, I would have to think, at least 10 years older than these karts that are behind him. In fact, probably some of these karts are, this kart is even older than probably both of these two kids that he's running behind. So it just shows how incredible that CRG shifter is.
Yes, indeed. Less than 3 minutes to work with here in this one now, by the way. We have had drivers like Furnish, like Cincinnati, lose laps as this has gone on here tonight. Lowry has maintained the lead in the senior and the pro by 1.3, 1.4 seconds. That advantage still remaining up front. Gap is now growing for Katowski over Heyman. Heyman is not able to keep the chip away here. So this, again, this just seems to be the natural flow of things. Raw speed is important to have. You have to have a good balance of setup, but it's a lot of it about the driver when it comes to shifter, as we're seeing here as we take a look at some of the others.
Yep, as we go back up to Mitchell Lowry, who's still holding strong. Pegram started to close back in. Fact, last time she was half a second faster than Mitchell Lowry. Does she have the time, though, as we go a little further back? There you see the gap right here between them. Lap traffic also ahead for these two competitors. 0.7 is now the gap.
Yeah, and growing. Furnish falls down behind Cincinnati on the order as we go. Down to under 90 seconds to go in this one. So as things stand here, traffic going to play a factor. Look at this. Lowry lost a lot of ground with the traffic. Riley Pegram is pushing. See a traffic to deal with. They cut to the right side on screen. The gap is down to 2/10. Riley Pegram pushing hard. Larry Pegram trying to find a way to even up here in the midst of all this as well. This is going to get interesting, to say the very least. That also changed things up for the junior lead, with now Heyman up to the front of the pack for that group. So lap traffic does play a factor.
It certainly did, with those two leaders trying to get by. That caused a big jumble. But here comes Riley Pegram with a big run. Gets right on the back bumper of Mitchell Lowry out of the final corner. More lap traffic ahead. This time Doug Duff, your points leader. They're going to use the toe of the draft to help. What will they decide to do heading into one? They're going to back off a little bit, try to see what they can set themselves up. This opens the door for the driver of Riley Pegram to try to pounce. Can't find the opening just yet, as Doug Duff is just making that cart a little bit wide. Big shove coming into the corner, moves them out of the way.
More pushing and hands get raised as a result of that one. Not liking that situation, to say the very least. Lowry just trying to maintain before Riley Pegram gets to him. Coming up through, couple laps to work with up on the board. 2 laps to go here from MCC Cincinnati for the midway point of the finals. Lowry holds on by a 3/10 lead.
Riley Pegram has to find a way to dig deep here. She slides that cart around. Will she try to send it in deep into one of these hairpins? Not close enough to try to make a pass here. Gets on the binders once again and tries to go through the gears. Looks to the inside, shows the nose, trying to get that momentum built back up. She's got the run she needs. Can she make it work in the final corners with coming to 1 lap to go? Sends it in deep, makes a move. Both of them push up the racetrack a little bit as they gather it back up. Big time racing as she goes off course.
Oh, some sliding off the racetrack. Lowry holds on up front. White flag is out, final time around. Larry Pegram jumps up the second. Riley Pegram over pushes, and Lowry looking to finish things up here. Larry Pegram is more than 2 seconds back, Taylor.
It's pretty much a done deal unless Lowry makes a mistake in these final couple of corners. Larry Pegram will not be able to respond and close the gap, but such a heartbreak for Riley Pegram looking to try to get that. But for Mitchell Lowry, looking to pick up another win this season in the shifter category, makes his way out of the final corner to collect the flag here at MCC.
So an intense race once again as Mitchell Lowry gets it done. They lap a majority of the pack. Gutowski does hold on to the junior win, by the way. Riley Pegram in third. Jeff Lyda holds on to fourth. Fred Robertson was the last one to lead lap. Doug Duff, Gutowski, Homer Hehiman, Ben Lyda, and Kevin Semenilek swap spots with Ben Lyda dropping multiple laps down the end. Robert Lash finishes 10th overall in the order. Lash third in the juniors. Heyman is second. Eli Furnish finishes up 11th, fourth in class, but Ben Lyda falling down in front of Tyler Abel and Ethan Langley. The rest are the order. It's top to bottom run through that order here, Taylor. And our next group is already fired up for the next race. KA 100 Masters, ready to show they can master the track.
And we're going to have a little fun because there you see Andy Kutcher at the bottom of the screen. He'll be starting tail end Charlie. What can he do as he tries to find his way up through the field here today? And Chris Kutcher, of course, will lead us to the green flag.
Yes, indeed. The Kutchers looking to control things here today. We'll find out how things separate between the two of them here. Remember, we already seen how things went with Andy earlier. He'll start towards the tail. Chris gets the chance to start things up at the very tippy tip. Ethan, starting in for second spot, by the way. Paul Meese in third. Damian Jennings, followed by Greg Leahy. Brett Tracy, followed by Daniel Ferrer and Anthony Stifler, followed alongside by Kyle Vogt. The 9th position is spot 1 populates. Elliot Okino will start in 10th position. 11 goes the way of Greg Clune, Nathan Williams, Corey Curry, Andy Kutcher are going to be a hard charger potentially here today. Dom Bowles with the DNS in the pre-final. We'll see if that cart appears in the final. So KA 100 Masters action, feature number 6. We are zipping through the afternoon card at a rapid pace. Looking good in terms of meeting the timelines. But the racing continues on. Lots of engines firing up in the pit lane. You hear in the background, but up front. Try and wait for the green light or the blue cone. Green, green, green. It's Chris Kutcher who clears with Meese moving to second.
Great jump right there by Chris Kutcher as he will lead the charge. Meese and Bocchino will try to follow suit. As Bocchino in that Tony Kart looks to the inside of Meese, he will want to get that second place away. Does so, can't quite clear him though, as that Coyote sets himself up for Meese as he holds second for the time being.
So all of a sudden, things shake up here in this order. We'll see how things go with the Kutchers. Very curious where Andy goes in this run through. Andy already getting a decent amount of ground, possibly. We'll see where things fall on the first run through. The answer is it's up to 11. Starting things off. Oh, wow. Meese backs up a little bit. Bocchino trying not to fall back even more so into the clutches. They've already lost 2 seconds to the race lead.
Now trying to work their way through out of the corner here. Everyone's separating quite decently as Jennings leads that group from Forfon back. Leahy, Tracy, and company trying to keep pace. Still quite a bit of racing to go. Everyone's just settling in, and you're wondering where Andy Kutcher is. He's already up to P11, looking to pick up a couple of more spots as he tries to get around a couple of drivers to pick up a 2-for-1 special.
Indeed. All that is with 2 minutes burned off the clock. Leahy trying to pace himself in front of Tracy. Greg Leahy, no gained spots so far here in this one. 225. Show flashes of top 5 speed here this season in this class. Up front though, checking on Chris. Continues to set purple lap times. 45.7 for the race leader. 46s for everybody else in the pack. Andy Kutcher, he is a rocket ship though. With traffic and making passes, is driven up to 8th. Last time through gained 2 spots yet again. So that 296, the one to watch.
Kutcher working his way through, holding strong, 2.5 second advantage. Meese still stuck in the 3rd position as we watch this battle. Here comes Andy as he sets his sights on Fear right there in the 7th spot, setting the pace. And Andy Kutcher, really good run. Great run out of the final corner to get his chances to move up another spot, this time around the Lando Norris kart of Daniel Fear, up into 6th position with Jared Tracy following him as they work their way through. Does he have time, though, to chase down into the top 3? We're going to find out. 6.5 minutes plus 2 laps to go. The warning for Damian Jennings on the tramline violation.
Indeed. So that's going to be something to keep an eye on with the 4th place. What else stays in line? Looking right now, Andy Kutcher, all to the back of Greg Leahy. Leahy driving his own business here, not trying to force anything in the circumstance. But again, Andy Kutcher has better drive off corner exit, powers his way past for 5th, able to make another pass. Chris Kutcher is still setting blistering lap times that it's going to be hard to beat as things go. By the way, as things turn, we'll have to see where the drops lie for these drivers later on, to say the very least. Remember, it was 46 points for Andy in the round so far. Chris got the max 100 for the championship point standings as they shake up. Without the drop, it'd be Chris over Andy. With the drop right now, Chris over Andy, 10 points. 1,680 to 1,670 for Andy in the championship.
It's going to come. I think this will be the defining moment to see who will come out on top with the championship, because if Chris can find his way to hold on and win this race, do the same thing tomorrow, and Andy has issues like he did today as he now moves up into 4th, it's going to be detrimental. He gives a little bit of a hand signal, hey, let's work together a little bit, go and chase down Meese. And if I was Jennings, I'd be listening, because you know Kutcher is the fastest man around this track.
Absolutely. Less than half the race to go. Right now, Andy has the pace to get the second at the very least here. Every other spot from there, which would obviously be the race lead, is going to be very difficult to be able to get back up to, get the chance to control from this point forward. 5.3 seconds, the gap for the race lead, though, is significant. Better line inside, Andy Kutcher getting alongside Meese. Meese lets him have it. Braked early, got back in line, let the 296 take the points, pick up the spots with 4 minutes to work with. The rocket ship continues to fly.
Andy Kutcher just picking him up, putting him down as quickly as possible as he comes across the line. Up to 3rd. The gap now 6.9 seconds from his brother, Chris Kutcher. Really exciting to see how this all plays out. Does he have enough time to at least try and close the gap on Chris Kutcher?
Indeed. All that being said here, championship well in the balance when it comes to this fight. Now it's going to be the question where things shake up. Chris, by the way, checking on the race leader. Very comfortable. The gap has equalized for now at 5.9 seconds, so it's not as rapid as it was before, but it's still 45 threes. Andy Kutcher just won 45-1. That small difference that we've seen long run some of the races this season coming into play, albeit with a different margin now at the moment. Chris himself has great speed compared to the others here. Doesn't have as much on the long run compared to the 296 at times, but right now the margin doesn't really matter that much. He's just got the buffer to be comfortable as a lot of smoke puffs kick up on the far side of the track.
Looking on here as they work their way through, Ethan Bocchino dropping back to P3, Andy Kutcher once again moving up to P2, and the gap 6.8 seconds here with 2 minutes to go.
Yes, indeed. All Chris needs to do is keep it on the racetrack, hope for no breakdowns. By the way, Andy Kutcher has well and away already taken second away. Great recovery drive for the points, but that pre-final definitely is going to be the shake-up for the championship, to say the very least here. How much of a shake-up is the huge question that we won't get the answer for until end of day today or by tomorrow. Some of the air packs as they run by the way. See some of the drivers lined up like if you were trying to figure out a way from 8th spot to move forward. It's been one of the many who have stayed lockstep. Many of these drivers, surprisingly, have run exactly where they qualified, except for Andy Kutcher's spot taken away. There hasn't been too much in terms of shakeups, Taylor, throughout this race today.
No, it really hasn't. I mean, really good running here. I mean, other than the issues that we saw in the pre-final with Andy Kutcher, it's pretty much just back to where we left off all season long. As we watch here, coming across, 40 seconds to go, so about 3 laps left for your leaders as they cross the line. Good little fight right here for 6th with Leahy leading Tracy, Fire, and Stifler in the closing minutes.
So coming up to what will be 2 to go, I believe, when they come to the stripe here. It's going to be close, actually, on the minutes with Chris Kutcher. I believe he's actually going to get an extra lap here. 5, 4. It's going to be 3 laps to go instead by 4 seconds. Damon Jennings did get the tram line penalty a few minutes ago, by the way. We mentioned the warning before. They can confirm it was a 2-wheel penalty for the 275. Damon Jennings, 5th at the time sequence. As one car that's off there, Nathan Williams, has been off for a few laps, pardon me there. Just noticed now as they zipped on by Williams, already ditching the car. Everybody else. I think the choo-choo train behind Leahy. Who takes some spots up for grabs here now with the chance to be able to move up to the top 5 with 2 laps to go.
How about Andy Kutcher dropping another hammer here and making it under 5 seconds, separating himself from Chris in these closing few minutes here as he is looking every which way to close that gap. He could drop it down to under 3 seconds before this is all said and done, but Chris Kutcher's just got to hit his marks and he'll continue on with a strong performance here today.
Yep, the Kutchers doing Kutcher things is all you can really say on their speed here today. They dominated. Chris from the front, Andy through the field. White flag is out, final time around lap traffic. A little bit in the way for a moment there, but Andy gets the wave through. All while Chris just has to keep it on track to celebrate another victory. A dominant day for the Kutchers. It started off wild, though, with Andy having his issues in his race. Finished at the back of the field. Had to go for the last to first challenge. On speed, was able to knock down the time under 5 seconds to Chris. Well, Chris getting spotted such a big advantage. It was the 279 who conquered. Chris Kutcher, KA 100 Master winner here in round 7. Gets it done by less than 5 seconds over Andy. The difference 4.8 specifically. Ethan Bocchino try and get the pole and will for 3rd. See where Jennings officially will cycle. Paul Meese, believe, will cycle in front with the timing as a result of the tram line penalty. Gerard Tracy did fall down the order at the very end of the race. He falls down to 9th position at the very end of the order. So far, relatively calm racing today. Hasn't been majorly aggressive racing so far, Taylor. Some people like it to be calm.
Nothing wrong with the calm day here. I mean, we still have quite a bit of racing left to go. 3 more categories before we go into the pursuit races later on this afternoon as well as part of Cartoween. But you know what? We'll step aside, let them clear the track off, and get set for the next race with the Mini and Micros.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You're gonna make way. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, You don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Karts are fired, mini and micro, ready to do battle. And two classes of battling here. We've seen how chippy things got for second overall on the racetrack before. How chippy will things get here is the question, Taylor. We know how fast the 92 is overall.
Yeah, Katowski is going to be a fast one to watch as well, as along with the rest of the field, but it could be a little bit of changes. I'm curious to see who will come out on top as they make their way out onto the circuit for the Mini and Micros. But Kai Parker, watch out for him. Can he get the good run? And will Katowski play as his wingman here today?
So let's find out how this is going to fare out in the next moments or so, as the engines have already zipped them onto the racetrack. We have a few more finals to go. What's been a very fast afternoon. So again, to reset your front field here is going to be up front Kai Park and Jack Katowski, micro and mini and micro pole sitters respectively. That gap is where Kai Park is. Lee Simonellic starts off alongside Jackson Frank in the minis. Then Wayne Lewis start alongside the micro of Wren. Then it's Sam Hornish rounding out the drivers in the field. And they are not even close to running. Half the field is still separated out. They'll go again. Pace again.
We even still have some carts that haven't even have joined the circuit yet, so that's another reason probably why we had to hold off a minute.
Yep. So, how do you see things faring out this race? We know how big that advantage for Kai Park got last race. That was a huge gap.
I have a feeling Kai Park is going to do exactly what he needs to do, and that's get that lead and see what Katowski decides to do and how aggressive Katowski will be in this race. If he is going to play a little nicer and let the other mini drivers go and battle, or will he just hold position and be that wingman like we touched on?
So let's find out how this goes on this start. Field being told, hurry up, look out, don't run each other over. And I think we're going again. No, I'm not sure.
No, we still show the yellow on timing.
Yes. Yeah, there are still some more stragglers out back. They also nearly ran over Bossman Bailiff. Don't want that, obviously. It's Halloween after all. Yes, we do. I think everybody needs that, yes. Getting into a more lighter topic here. Some of the Halloween costumes here today, some of the drivers told they can dress up. A couple drivers we're hearing in some of the races today apparently dressed up as Gavin and Finnegan Bailiff with their helmets and uniform choices. Not sure how they pulled that off to get the helmets, but apparently that was the case today for a couple drivers during practice.
Interesting choice, I would have to say, but hey, I mean, I guess some people find Finnegan and Gavin a little scary. I mean, they are scary when it comes to their classes, respectively, in racing, especially in SCUSA, PKS, and other competitions. So, but I think Sean might be the scariest one for these young drivers because they are not listening. They finally get themselves situated, and let's go racing.
Back half of the field didn't want to cooperate with itself. We're underway. As they make their way off to turn 2, side by side for the race lead. A bit of contact. Gutowski not afraid to get the elbows out to start as he and Park battle it out.
And by the looks of it, it is going to be the driver of Gutowski and Park once again continuing where they left off. And let's see if Simonella can find a way to get around Gutowski here in this stage of the race.
Yeah, that's going to be the huge question. Remember, they spent so much time battling with Jack Gutowski last race that Park just took off and ran away with it by one of the largest margins of the day. See what happens this time through, though, as they run. That margin last time, for those curious, ended up being overall 13 seconds, which is enormous. For this type of a racetrack for the race lead, it's already up to 8 tenths now. Kai Park is running lap time 6 tenths quicker than Jack Gutowski as we go. So now I come on those, trying to find a way to gain a little bit more speed. Meanwhile, 52 seconds last time through has Lewis providing some pressure behind.
Right now, it's over a second difference between Kai Park and Jackson Frank as those drivers start to really settle in for this long haul. We'll watch a little further back, pass between Lewis and Hornish to the inside for the 133 of Lewis to pick up another spot. That time around, Leah Simonelli to move him up to third in class.
Yep, and right now, Simonelli just trying to find a way to get as best finish as possible. They pulled away from Frank. Park has at least. By right now, what is 2.1 seconds for that class lead. 187 on the prow with the green helmet. So right now, we've seen throughout the day, finding speed and harnessing speed has been such a challenge here, Taylor. Where have you noticed where drivers have been able to find things the best as in? Where do you feel these drivers have been able to capitalize the most on speed to find that balance between the straight line that we see here, but also the technical areas?
So it is all about that balance. You want to have, for a track like we're seeing here, the Legacy Circuit, I would be more focused on having that straight line speed because of how much speed you are carrying through pretty much, I would have to say, 70 to 60% of the 60 to 70% of the track. You are pretty much flat out on full throttle action compared to if we were running maybe the older or the newer configuration. So I would be more focused on having that straight line speed. Corner speed, I still want to have a little bit of, and balancing it out with some better corner exits. That way you get that run on these straights. But that's how I would set this kart up to try to have more play in this type of race.
Here we have, as they go, about 6 minutes to work with on the clock, by the way, as we turn on the track. Heyman is in the race, by the way, for those wondering. He was originally not scored on some of the sheets for whatever reason. Last one, he is holding on in front of Ren for second in the micro class, albeit there's 6 tenths difference, 6 seconds difference rather, on raw speed. Take a look at Jackson Frank right now, center screen. Frank running in third as we circulate. Decent pace here today. Was a kit car champion actually back in 2023 at Sandy Hook Speedway in Maryland. That pops up. Regards to some of the racing history there in the past. If you look way back, comes to some of the organizations that you have for drivers here with their connections. It's been an interesting day for him so far, but able to hold on firmly here.
I'm looking or seeing how these drivers are working their way through. so far as, big up time shove right there as Ren, one of the lap carts, gets a big shove right there from the 133 of Lewis.
Yeah, nothing really done, though, in terms of the interval differences, though. Lewis still trying to dig, but it's going to take a lot more digging. 2/10 is not going to be enough. If he's able to keep on doing it for the next 5 laps, then it'll be right up to the rear end with a couple laps to go, give or take here. So, interesting, to say the very least, in this margin. So, find out how things go as things shape up in these fights. So, all that being said, with 4 minutes to work with here, another one of those calm races so far here. Still have 2 more races to go. How are you feeling in terms of the ramped up energy, though, for a big showcaser of the day? Quickly talk real quickly before things get really busy about your eliminator races, the Australian Pursuit races later.
Oh, those are going to be an absolute blast. We did it. We saw these races last year in this event, and it was phenomenal. Just, you never know who's going to come out on top, and you could get full of surprises of who are drivers who get eliminated from those events here. You could expect your normal front runners to be the favorites, but due to the fact that they are starting tail end Charlie of inverted field, it's going to be interesting to see how it all plays out, where we could have some of your favorites eliminated on the first opening laps.
Yeah, and remember, a zombie-like trophy being given to each of those class winners for those pursuit races. The fingers look very zombie-like, reaching out from the dirt, surrounded by the Halloween logo, like what they've done graphic work-wise. This one, as well as our Kart Chaser crew, for what they did graphic-wise coming into this event, to make sure everything looked nice and spooky-like, really popped out.
Don't forget about the chili cook-off happening as well later this evening, and the trunk or treats happening as well. So hopefully we'll get with our producer to let us know who wins the chili cook-off and gives us his grading on the chili. Of course, being from Texas, you know, we don't expect beans to be in the chili to make it officially chili, but I know that's going to cause some chaos in amongst the chat and those listening here at the track on thoughts of that matter.
Is it bad? I've never actually tasted chili before.
Well, now we know what we need to do when we get you back here in Texas.
I mean, it depends next time here. Or...
That's what I'm saying, the next time we get you back in Texas.
Yeah. In our words, I'm not the best of judges on chili. As long as it tastes like food, go from there. There's a lot of lap traffic management for some of the drivers, by the way. Look not to get cooked out there with traffic. And then was the driver they were dealing with for a moment, as Lewis has lost a lot of ground with some of the traffic management here, down to the final minute or so coming up.
Lewis doing a great job. He's got a little bit of work to do to catch up to Frank, but still has the chance of being on the podium for the mini Swift category with probably about 3 laps left to go. Make it 4, actually, as we look at timing as they cross the line. It'll go a little fight a little further back between Simonellic, Hornish, and between those two, and they go around Ren, the lap cart. So this is for the 4th position in class in the mini Swift category.
Yes, right now, things holding firm here with this. Simonellic trying to fight it out. Hornish, mentioned him all that much here today. Been having a relatively good race. It's getting the spots on the drivers in the micros. Been able to chase down the 187 on speed. Last time through was a 10th quicker. Running out of time to work though. 3 laps to do something. 3 laps to go. Here comes a chance to go for it. Braid said if he goes from there a little bit deep, but too far back.
Too far back, could not make it work. He'll have to try again. He's got a couple of more passing, but he's now lost a little bit of that run and has to find a way to wind it back up and close the gap. About 4 kart lanes. Has a little bit of a slow right there from Simonelik, and Hornish trying to get back on the attack here on these closing couple of laps as they work their way through. Meanwhile, your race leader, Kai Park, comes around to take 2 laps to go for him at MCC as more lap traffic they have to negotiate as they come up the final hill.
Indeed. Some of the squabbling pop up. Frank trying to hold steady. Lewis has had to put a lot of effort just to get to this chance here. Mentioned it would be likely if the pace was consistent to be around this point of the run. It's here, and it's time to see if Lewis can get around, tries the diamond line. Almost got a run alongside. Have to try and do it on the final time around. We'll have to try and outbreak the 142 for the spot here for third. White flag is out.
Oh, a little bit of too wide right there for Lewis as he's got to gather it back up. It's Kart Republic versus Lando Norris as they work their way back into turn 1. And Frank doing everything he can to hold on as they snake their way through the first couple of corners.
Trying to find a way to slither on around and through here. Arrow poke to the inside. Back and forth they go. Lewis on the inside, outside for Frank. Frank, push back out, tries another crossover. Can't get back alongside. Lewis gets the edge for the top 3 overall, but it's going to be Park who dominates the race. Kai Park gets the win at MCC Cincinnati. Then your winner in micro, Jack Kotowski. Behind them, second in mini, goes to Lewis over Frank. Then Simonelik holds off Sam Hornish in a last second drag race to hold on to that final spot on the lead lap. Heyman and Wren are the other finishers. So a couple more races to go, Taylor. We're zipping on through the day. This rate, we're looking at being a good 30 minutes ahead of schedule for Australian Pursuit races, but we still have KA100 Junior and the Pro-Am to go.
Absolutely. We have the 2 other highlight classes of the day next up here on the docket. And these 2 categories are going to be ones to watch for sure as they make over the last little checkup on everything. Here's your starting lineup for your KA Junior category. On the pole is Nico Kotowski alongside Robert Lash. Adler Klein in third with Homer Heyman in fourth. Row 3 will find Alex Kutcher and Josiah Phillips with Caleb Tracy and Lila Beck in row 4. Rounding out your 9 kart field is Drake Williamson.
So we'll talk about the running order here in this one as we get set for our next run through. It's going to become the question on where things shape up next for these races. Here we go. The karts are fired up. Just waiting for the lights to turn from orange to green. Again, everyone in high spirits here today. Not saying that as a Halloween pun. Everyone ready to roll on the racetrack. Looks like no issues getting out on the circuit for Nico Kotowski and company. Can anybody stop that 892?
Already got word from race director Seth Stradell to get all the 206 drivers out there in the pre-grid for the Australian Pursuit race. So we're just getting closer and closer to some of the great action that we'll see later on as we get set for the KA Juniors to get started for next 10 minutes plus 2 laps.
They zooming by as everyone tries to get through the run-through as quick as they can and as efficiently as the field will allow. Green, green, green. It's time for Kotowski to fight things off. Klein doesn't get the best of launches. Still was on the third, though. Now looking for second. Does get on the curbing alongside Lash. It's Klein who does get the run to second with that send it through 2. And another swap. Heyman on the send again.
Klein now back where he left off, kind of stuck in a TKG sandwich as he now has to work his way through. He's also got to deal with Heyman and Lash right there on his heels. Throw in Kutcher and Phillips, and they're going to try to have ourselves a good little fight for second because Kotowski has stretched out that race lead significantly over Adler Klein. And just as I say that, to the inside, here they go. Heyman up to second with Klein trying to fight back.
Still trying to find a way to pull on forward here. 9 minutes to go on the clock. Klein loses ground down the straightaway. Battle for second position. But all that is while Kotowski runs away, breaks the toe. That's what Nico Kotowski just knows how to do. Break away from everyone else and be able to dictate the pace over the rest of his competitors here. It's been the constant throughout this season. It's been the constant, except for one race early in the season. At this point, Nico Kotowski just needs to finish out with a good finish to get himself clinched up on the championship. Some stands on Klein as Lash makes a pass. All right, and able to swap.
That's one of the things you got to keep in mind when it comes to some of these drivers is they just have to be smooth, consistent, make no mistakes, and just hold your line, and you will have a great finish and improvement on your championship run. And I'm excited to see how these drivers will work their way through as they continue on. But for Klein, dropping further back down the running order, he's going to have a lot of work to do if he wants the shot of moving up.
Exactly, and right now, it's going to take a lot of effort to close out to that 892 on raw speed. All teammates among the top 3 as we go here. Also of note, gain spot for Lyle Lebec, got the 7th to start this one off. Josiah Phillips also went up a spot to the top 5, but is currently not amongst those within range of latching on to the lead drop fully here as they turn. So at this point, what do you think is going through the mind of Klein? We know that 8:33 has been quick in the kart races he's been a part of here today. Hold on 1 second, that thought gets disrupted. That was a bit sketchy for the 8:34. That was Heyman off the track for a moment. Lash takes the chance to take second from it.
I will say that's how Adler Klein can kind of settle in and recover, is wait for those drivers ahead of him to make a mistake and then capitalize on it in order for a shot of moving up the running order. And he is maybe having a possibility of that because that was a big bounce from Heyman when he went off course.
Again, a sketchy moment, a sketchy time for that to happen. Now they just try and keep themselves from going off circuit again. Quite simply, those opportunities open up doors. Robert Lash right before that had gotten the fastest lap of the race too, so we had momentum to carry in the first place. So the speeds pick up even more, up to the 45 Fords, by the way, for Phillips in the back of the field. Everybody else stays in the train. Klein cannot seem to get the draft to make too much of an effect here. It's almost like driving to a brick wall in terms of the aerodynamics in some of these races at this level. You have to be perfect on crafting the aerodynamics on your kart to get that full effect of the draft. And right now, Klein, even though he's in theory got a double toe, is just not chipping away.
Certainly seems to be the case, and it's not going to have that opportunity, and we'll see what the gap is when they come out of the final corner across the line now. As they do so, Kotowski sets fastest lap. It's kind of stabilized right now, staying around the 1.8 seconds. But how will it happen as we progress further? That's going to be the question. But Katowski is just so good of taking care of his equipment. I don't see Lash, Heyman, and Klein really closing in on that Katowski lead.
Yes, absolutely. Less than 5 minutes to work with in this race, past the halfway point. Pressure building for Lash again. Robert Lash to pop up a lot in these races at this level in this region. Once the drivers we've seen so pop up, but he's going to get popped by. Lash drops behind and then pulls on through. Robert Lash, by the way, one of the drivers competed in Mini Swift competition just last year in the SCUSA Supernats for the Westerville, Ohio-based driver. One of the many that appears at that level. You know how hard it is to get into the Supernats? Very hard.
Yes, it is one of the hardest karting events you would have to participate as well as to enter into. I know people try their best to do so, but it is by far a difficult, and just even to get to the feature race is just as difficult. You're talking about some of the biggest names in karting who may not make it to the feature show in the Supernats.
But it's squabbling in the back of the group. No major shuffles. I will say this. I'm curious how Kyle Cuthbertson would be able to race the race if he brought his Greyhound seat, and how well he'd perform at the Supernats. I dare them to try that in an actual race.
He would win. Plain and simple.
He's a perfect 100%. Exactly.
He does. He set the pace at Daytona, did it again in Charlotte, so he's 2 for 2. So why not try it in Vegas and go 3 for 3 for 2025?
Having fun. I know he's doing social media work here today, so he's going to have fun with that clipping. But all that being said here, they all, for now, still have not been able to figure out a way around Lash. Klein is now in third with all that being said. So at this point, Klein near contact. Amen. Trying to go for the sin. Amen went all the way up to the back bumper and tried to peel off the rear end from Klein. All while Katowski just happy on his own, running 45.2s. No big deal. He's the quickest car on the racetrack by 2 to 4 tenths a lap right now.
He's doing what he's been doing all day long. It's just get that lead and just maintain the gap. Not pushing the envelope, not risking anything or trying any brave or heroic decisions. Just hitting his marks and letting that lead grow naturally. I mean, just hitting each and every single corner, apex, and keeping everyone behind him.
So plotting and planning just continuing on for them with under 2 minutes to work with on the clock. Some 2 minutes to work with. Interval stays up. Lead stays up. Just a good day in the office for Nico Katowski. Set things, has not had the fastest lap of the race, but has had a brilliant drive as well. One of the drivers that runs at the national level, as we touched upon for Trinity Karting, once the organizations he appears with, had competed just about a month ago in Stars competition in K100 Junior, where he finished 7th. 6th in OCAN Junior competition, was the top rookie in both of those respective classes. Got a lot of respect built up from his teammates as well. And, oh, by the way, also, about 8 weeks ago, around the time of the last race, had started off high school. So, things are growing up when it comes to the 892. I'm not just talking about pace right now. That 892 machine, again, continues to control things as Klein has backed up and lost ground to Lash.
Yeah, Klein is just losing time, and now he could possibly fall outside of the top 5, possibly because Heyman and Phillips are right there.
Yeah, at this point, Katowski's got the full championship in hand here. 3 laps to go.
Klein dealing with some pressure now from Heyman as they enter into the hairpin. Goes a little wide, but holds on to the position as they work their way out of the corner. But Heyman looking for an opening. Can he try and force Klein into a mistake with these closing laps?
That's the huge question mark, and right now that's not easy to do. Coming on through, 2 is on the board, 2 laps to go rather. And something going on with Katowski. All of this is while Heyman jumps to 3rd. Katowski was looking at something with the Kart. He lost half a second in 1 lap, Taylor. What is going on?
I have no idea. I'll have to see if we can get a look at him because it's 1.5 back to Lash. And the question is, can he be able to hold on? Klein right there further back, and there you see that gap is starting to close up even more. And there it is,
it's
right there.
Now to the bumper. It's right to the rear end. What has happened to Katowski's Kart? He has gone from dominating the race to falling off a cliff. Robert Lash still can't make the pass. Everybody else gets bunched up. Here they go. Katowski goes in pit road. He has to peel down what could have been the championship. Instead, we'll go another day. White flag is out. Final time around as they still squabble. Heyman jumps to the front. Klein to 2nd for now as Lash loses ground to 3rd.
How about this? You never know what could happen. That's why we run the full distance of action here. Heading down into the 2nd hairpin. Klein trying to find the opening. He needs to get back up to the front of the field. Heyman doing everything he can to go on the defensive. Phillips in the catbird seat, ready to capitalize should chaos ensue.
Chaos has gone and ensued indeed to close this one, but it's Klein trying to get the drag race side by side for a moment. Can't get close enough. Checker flag. Homer Heyman jumps up and holds on over Klein and Lash. Nico Katowski dead last instead of checkered flags for him. So where do you go from here? How about that? It goes from a potential win to a potential drop round for the 892 Taylor.
That is something you do not need to have happen for Nico Katowski. I would be scratching my head for sure of what happened to that card. Hopefully we can get an update on that later on and find out what the cause was for Nico Katowski.
Obviously, something coming awry in the final moments, but we still have one more race to go. Still going to keep an eye on how things look in the point standings, but it's K100 Senior, the Pro-Ams, Logan Miller and Will Steele, Carter Thompson and Blake Fountain, followed by Remy Adrianos and Isaac Gardner, the top 6. Addison Ionel and Ryan Miller, followed in the order by Brandon Heber, and Henry Wheeler gets a top 10 starting spot in this one. Ryan Crouch will start alongside Shane Hambrick, Dante Rodriguez, and Marcus Bachoun. Then it's Caleb Sircone with Degenhardt next up in the order. A lot of others in the field as well as they line themselves up. A lot of karts ready to go, Taylor, for one final feature of the day before we go Australian Pursuit Racing.
20 karts about to do battle. Mueller, Steele, and Thompson, some of your favorites. Keep an eye out on Heber and Wheeler as they have to fight their way through the middle of the field. I'm excited for this. Hopefully everyone else here at the track watching on here at Kart Chaser sees the excitement that's about to build for the final race of competition and points in the championship for these drivers here wraps up.
So let's find out how this goes for the drivers here this time. It's been an entertaining day. Pursuit action coming up after this. Be sure to stay tuned as coverage will continue here for this one. So let's find out on how this is going to play out. We've seen Miller control things earlier. Steele is able to chip away a little bit later. Green flag is out, and somebody definitely jumped out of the tram line. Side by side for the race lead. They zip their way through as it's Mueller up at the front of the field. Rest of the field shakes its way on down as a huge gap for the 937.
Here they come, working their way through. It's trouble, big time for the 924 machine of Rodriguez, the 912 machine of Klein, and one more card. A tough break here on the opening lap.
So a lot of chaos breaking down all of a sudden. All that's with a rocket ship of a launch. Well, never mind, because Mueller, I think, kicked up some dirt. It's a little bit too hard of a push. We definitely have people in the back of the group going off track. Crouch, by the way, went streaking from about the edge of the top 10 up to 5th. Drivers like Adriels, Miller, Rodriguez, Batchoon, Klein, and Kloon all rapidly falling down the order as a result of early contact in this one. More off-track situations in the battle for second. Going to change things up again. Make it for third. As up into that spot, Felton trying to hold on to the back wings. Thompson trying to find a way to close up the Steele, who's 1 second back of the leader.
Field works their way through as they climb up to the top of the hill, and here we go. It is none other than our drivers who we've seen of Mueller, Steele, Thompson, Blade Fountain, trying to break up this 1-2-3 of TKG as they head off into turn 2. And Isaac Gardner and Henry Wheeler already working their way up further the running order in the top 10, and looking through to see Braden Heber up to 7th.
Yeah, and we know how much Heber needed a good run in this one, by the way. Still waiting for things to get officialized in those point standings. Some of the other battles have gone and confirmed. Just to give you a quick check-in on championship standings as we run, Chris over Andy Kutcher is now 1,710 to Andy Kutcher's 1,670. So 40 points for the Masters for KA. Senior, of course, going on right now. Micro, Jack Katowski unofficially got himself a near 200-point advantage for Huntsberger. That won't get clinched up until the end. Mini has already been clinched by Drew Snyder officially with the championship, even though they didn't run today. Nico Katowski unofficially has himself nearly the championship. Layton Ball not here today for that championship for junior shifter. Cadet, Drew Snyder, drop round is today. Unofficially has clinched the championship in Cadet. Tegan Stoddard right now leads his point standings by less than 100 points over Adler Klein. Needs to race it out tomorrow. 206 Master. Matthew Lyda has the advantage by more than 100 points as we go. Elwood will need to provide a lot of pressure tomorrow. Need some luck to win the championship. In 206, Matt Sr. Brandon Heber's Elder Championship, 15 points with Heber's drop being today for the 8 machine. Pro shifter Doug Duff unofficially has the championship comfortable by a wide margin, more than 200 points. In other words, what I'm saying is, if someone like Heber wants to try and win 2 championships, wants to provide pressure, wants to be able to at least maybe get the second here with Will Steele right now in position for an unofficial lock here today, well, he needs to find some spots right now, and he, as that went on for that sentence, has not been able to do that. He's fallen down to 15.
Tough break right there, as we do have a couple of penalties given out for Marcus Batshoon and Gavin Degenhart for tramline violations. So a tough break for both of those drivers, who, for Batshoon, outside the top 15, and for Degenhart, who sits inside the top 10.
Could see that coming with how much of a lane swerve we did see amongst them. So that's coming to play. in this situation.
Here comes Wheeler and Ianello right now in those BJR Lando Norris carts. They are barreling down along with the, couldn't catch the other one, but as they work their way through, as the sea of red from the Burrell Art TKG team is now closing in as well.
Yeah, right now they are all in a situation where they're just remaining patient, trying to figure out a way to close things out. Steele in a comfortable spot for his championship as we go. Still, as we go, Hambrick amongst those we're following along with right now. Degenhardt, need a little bit of luck, to say the least now, because of that penalty situation. 5 seconds, remember, it was the previous penalty situation. Ryan Miller also has fallen back. There's a switch around. Adriano's part of me is the one that not Degenhardt on the chase. Adriano with the pass.
Looking through Wheeler and Ianello, Crouch and company. I'm really curious to see what they can do. Can they have enough time to at least close in onto a top 5 as we watch the further with this group here of Andrados, Hambrick, and Degenhardt, who are having a good little fight.
Yeah, decent fighting for them right now, even with these championship circumstances. But with under 4 minutes to go, things looking secure. And looking right now at the 948, that is Wheeler. Almost thought it was James Overbeck when looking in, because that's usually the color scheme of Overbeck, but it is, based on the numbers, Wheeler. Wheeler slides his way through. It's the pass.
That was Isaac Gardner who we saw off track right there, getting moved his cart. Tough break for him in the 936. Steele and Thompson, though, are starting to close up on your race leader of Logan Mueller. It's now down to 1.4 seconds separating them from your race leader, as Mueller just ran his fastest lap by himself, and Thompson helping Steele push and make the charge is starting to help close the gap, along with Blade Fountain right there, right behind.
Yep, and right now, we've seen a little bit of this close up, didn't we, in the last race towards the very end. They ran out of time. Will they have enough time this time through if they're able to chip away on long run? Well, making passes is definitely a risk here for that time delta. Losing 10th of the stripe. A swap now with Thompson. Able to get up to second position. It's the 960. Able to get on through here. Coming around, I think 2 minutes to go.
That was based on strategy. Thompson had the faster pace. I think Steele decided to let him go, keep Fountain behind him, and trying to see what they can do. If Thompson can go and chase down Logan Mueller with 2 minutes plus 2 laps to go as they climb up the hill. We'll see what the gap is between these 3 drivers as they work their way through. Crouch is still holding strong as Henry Wheeler gets around Ianello. The gap between them now, 1.8 seconds. It's going to be close, but I think they're going to need a lot more help.
Yeah, at this point, I don't know if that delta's going to go down 1.8 seconds in the span of a couple minutes here. Usually you need to be a rocket ship to do that, and we've seen only a few people with rockets today. Just about ready to dial it on for the closure of this racing here today. We'll still try making our move here with that swap around. Initially, they do have Fountain, who would potentially look at a podium spot, break up the team play for the 1, 2, 3 up at the front. Blade Felton has had a really impressive day today. He's been in the fight almost every single time out and has been able to pace himself here today.
It really is. He is setting the pace indeed. And as they work their way around the circuit, I got to say, Thompson and Steele are just running out of options. And Fountain could possibly try to sneak his way, if not make some notes for tomorrow to try and get him chance in the podium position for tomorrow's finale.
3 to go. 3 laps to work around here. Nerval is chipping away now, finally closing up at a rapid pace, but is it enough time of a pace? It was 2/10 gain last time. Going to be requiring a large draft pickup on the back of Muir and some mistakes for the 937 to close up in 2 laps. Right now, it's going to be a hard margin as we touched upon, but they are chipping again at the tail end of the race for a second consecutive KA100 senior race, including the pre-final. Where will it be this time, the margin? 2 laps to go. Traffic coming up. There's the board switching. Frustrations for Crouch as he went off the racetrack, and the gap is 1.1. Not going to be enough unless they pick up 6/10 magically per lap.
Yeah, that is the thing. They have to find it, and quickly. As they work their way in, they are making a little bit of gain, but it might be too little too late. Mueller just has to be smooth, hit his marks, not make a mistake, and Thompson, Steele, and Fountain better not try and battle for position if they want to try and close that gap. They work their way through the S's. So far, they are making some decent time looking at the timing. And as they work their way up to the top of the hill with the white flag, I think it might be too little too late, but they are gaining lap traffic up ahead as well.
White flag is out one more time around here for our finals on the day. Yours had a really strong speed from the get-go. The 937s controlled things from the start, qualifying, set a blistering time at the end of the session. In the races, both of them able to build up big cushions, got reeled in towards the end, but that short to mid-run speed was so good that everybody else wasn't able to chip away. Bit of poking around for second spot right now, but no changes there. But for Logan Muir, he'll run through the final corner. Lots of traffic ahead still, not a problem. Checkered flag, 937 takes it. Thompson Blade Fountain steals a podium from Will Steele.
How about that for Blade Fountain to break up the TKG Burrell Art team's podium sweep? And he was able to do so in his debut run. Great drive for Blade. Will Steele, Ryan Crouch, your top 5.
So a stellar race to say the very least. But we still have 2 more races to go on the day. Talk about that in a moment as you see the rest of your running order of note towards the back. Henry Wheeler, 6 laps down. So we'll take a quick break. More racing coming up after the break. You're watching Kart Chaser.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo. Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to K100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrot.com. At ShopPayCarrot.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MCC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCarot.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go, come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLPC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself, quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
So drivers are still getting sorted out for our races to close the day. Remember, the end of the day featuring Australian Pursuit races. It was confirmed via race control that they have now included the KA100 Masters in their respective KA100 race. So it's the 206 Senior and Master, the KA100 Senior and Master, a part of the groupings here today. The lap count's also going to be determined by how many people are in the race, plus they're going to give everyone an extra lap. So in other words, first lap, no one's eliminated. Second lap, the eliminations begin, Taylor. Pressure's still on, and oh, by the way, you have to use your qualifying tires.
Just makes it more and more interesting to see how this will all play out when we get set to go racing here for the Australian Pursuit. As looks like we got Ricky Bobby down there on the grid, getting himself ready to go racing.
Trick or treat indeed. Why not? Be able to stand things up. Again, we'll see how many drivers we end up getting here, a part of this order and the run through. Overall, we have an estimated 15 rows of eligible drivers that, if they so choose, can make the starts here today. Mike Doty would be the first of the drivers, followed by Jeffrey Metter if they elect to go, for reference. So keep in mind, some of the drivers that are going to be up towards the front in this 206 race are going to have a big chance here. Christopher Iannello amongst those expected row 6, depending on how many starters we get. You got Matthew Lyda, that is estimated row 10. Alan Elwood is estimated row 9. Some people have actually some decent track position that they were fighting hard to get in the first place. We also are going to remember having some duplicate numbers because Christopher and Addison both run the 46, for example.
Well, that's going to be fun.
Going to be a little bit tricky for us, to say the very least, but that's why we have scoring pylons.
So the goal is who's going to have the bragging rights between them, Addison or his or her dad out there on the track of who will pass who and eliminate each other if that were the case.
Not sure, to say the least, but a lot of these competitors are looking like they're going to gather around, get the information on how this race is going to go from officials. You see them crowding around. We have been told at least some of the details already from our perspective here. You know, from the broadcasting side of things, the rest of these karts just trying to get in position here. And remember, you have to be fast to be able to get the job done. The interesting part of the last year, I remember doing some of the style of races like this, was when you had accidents, Taylor, because that kind of changes the complexion of things when you have a crash at the back of the field, for example, and you end up losing 3-4 karts at once.
And not only that, it shortens up the race a little bit as well, as we see everyone else getting lined up, finding out. Looking to see how many karts we have. I'd say we probably got right around 15 karts probably going out there. Oh, we got a couple more zooming out thanks to our camera people.
Yeah, I think some people still trying to get at least on the grid here before we get going. I don't know what the exact number is going to be, but it's going to be a number. As obvious as that may sound. They are putting a last call out as of 2 minutes ago. So we are close to that amount of people who likely are going to get down in time. We'll take a moment of silence while they do their driver's meeting. When we come back, we'll update you on, well, who's going to make the start here for today in these to start. Less than a minute away to grid. Hearing about 14 drivers have decided to take part in the 206 portion of our Australian Pursuit races. So about 15 laps is our estimate here today, Taylor. It's going to be an interesting time. Justin Prince alongside Taylor Burris here from MCC Cincinnati. So the field will line up single file, get itself sorted out. We'll have to wait and see once they come across time and scoring who got to choose to be a part of this one. Should be an eventful one. That's the statement of the day here, Taylor, to say the very least. Believe Brandon Heber are going to be hearing it might be up to 15 based on the numbers actually just got corrected as well here. So about 15 or so here at the field, Taylor. Ready to roll out as here we go.
Well, let's give you your starting lineup. It is going to be, as we wait for the last few drivers to come across the line, Jennifer Hildebrand on pole with Matt Overbeck in second. Then it's going to be Christopher Iannello, followed by Ronald Swift, Matt Geis, Gavin Degenhart with Ryan Crouch, Matthew Lyda, Alex Zaculio, Beckham Lewis, Nolan Holiday, Derek Hastings, Jordan Klein, Addison Iannello, Braden Heber, and Henry Wheeler. Your drivers competing in this 206 Australian Pursuit race.
So that number was 16, by the way, for those counting how many names were just read off. So a 17-lap race is officially what's going to be up on the board here. We'll find out how far some of these drivers can get over the course of this race. Get happy with us still here on Kart Chaser Kartoween. It's time for a little bit of fall frenzy. Let's see how these races play out here. Field in the hands of Jennifer Hildebrand. Green light is up, and everybody tries to dart to the left. Already, Degenhart zipping on through. One driver already into the grass, in fact, so we've had some troubles to start.
Trying to figure out who that last driver was who went into the grass, but I think it could have been Holiday. We'll wait for officially, but Hildebrand and Degenhart already working their way up towards the front of the field, and it is chaos there with Iannello and, the 9:55 of Crouch out of the race before even taking the first lap.
Ryan Crouch picks himself up here as you see now that lap pylon show up. They've updated to 18, a couple more drivers on the track. Last one's running. We'll have to check on pretty soon here. But the rest of the field trying to race itself out with the different class manufacturers here. Or should I say, the different groupings of classes is the way I'm trying to phrase that. Looking to try and battle for spots as quick as they can around the Iannellos, for example. Everybody trying to get around as quick as possible. Lewis amongst those making moves. So they zip their way through. Off track goes one. Matt Geist amongst the many towards the back of the field. Jennifer Hildebrand was already drop kicked to dead last amongst the order.
Yeah, that's a tough break for Jennifer, as she will probably be the next driver eliminated unless she can find a way to catch up to Nolan Holiday, as those have a little bit of separation. But for Degenhart, he's got a significant lead. But Matt Overbeck out there in second place, looking to try and chase him down with a 3-second advantage for Degenhart.
Yeah, that is a big advantage to have to close out, but we know the speed is there for drivers like Wheeler, Addison Iannello, for Brandon Heber, and 206 Junior Racing. Oh, they're getting really defensive. Some huge squeezes put on Beck and Lewis. Now they zip on through. Bit of contact pops up with Henry Wheeler driving on through. Everybody getting bold for defensive alignments.
Next driver eliminated, of course, we touched on as one driver goes off. That's Braden Heber into the grass. And Jennifer Hildebrand out of the race.
That should get deleted as a result. Can't confirm. Hildebrand officially done. Christopher Iannello has also been eliminated. So the 46, one of the 46s, is now done for this race. Next one in line for that is Nolan Holiday, who's gone nowhere at the moment. Nolan Holiday in the 9 machine had gone nowhere, but we also See Christopher Iannello come on down here. That's already been indicated on our scoring as an out. Wheeler's jumped up to the second. Braden Heber is pushing and trying to swarm his way around Karts to regain positions as fast as possible here as they go.
So we're going to run Nolan Holiday officially out of the race with that lap. That now leaves us 12 drivers left to go. Heber trying everything he can to get around Swift for position and move further up into the top 8. Hastings leading the charge in that in 7th as we go up the field. There you see Hastings and Zuxilo battling it out for the 6th spot with Lewis up ahead.
Yeah, ways up the running order right now, that lead. Degenhardt's running better than he did earlier today in the 206s in the senior race, to say the very least. Been able to maintain 3.4 seconds now for now. As next up to be eliminated, Matt Geist was well down the order. It's, how about Matthew Lyda? He was running down late. Yeah, down way in the order. His pastime by is officially the next one eliminated. Matt Geist still on the bubble. Next time through, then Matt Overbeck is how they line up. So the urgency is definitely picking up for some of these drivers. A lot of people have lost 11 seconds here, Taylor. They're going to need a miracle to make sure they don't get cut off here, and that's why we're seeing so many elbows coming out, especially back here with where we're keeping an eye on some of these drivers at the bubble, like Overbeck, like Ronald Swift.
Yeah, Ronald Swift is trying to do some work here as he's trying to stay up further because he's not too far from being eliminated here. He looks over the shoulder. He's got some work to do. The gap between Henry Wheeler and Gavin Degenhardt is about 2.4 seconds as Matt Overbeck eliminated.
Continuing to lose them like flies here. As we continue to look to see what happens the rest of the way for some of these drivers. Matt Overbeck has also fallen down the pylon for whatever reason behind the 9 machine. Should see the 9 go off the track pretty soon once they get that note bulletin board. But net lead rapidly closing up, by the way, under 2.4 seconds last time through. For those curious, Wheeler is knocking down the time in significant bunches. Up at the front of the field, it's down to 1.8. This time through, some of the drivers with Derek Hastings looking comfortable, but Evers, not so much. Ronald Swift in front of Geist. Believe Geist is the next one out. Yes, he was running 10th at the time.
And then there were 9 as we are approaching half of the field here. As Ronald Swift holds on to the 9th position for the time being, just ahead of Braden Heber. So that actually is the battle to see who will get eliminated next, Heber or Geist, as those two will do battle as they make the run up through the S's. And it's going to get exciting to see how this plays out. Heber pulls away a little bit from the driver of Matt Geist. Or it's actually showing, we'll have to wait and see officially, as Henry Wheeler is now right there behind Degenhardt. Geist is eliminated. Heber has moved up to 7th. Ronald Swift, your time is up here today.
Geist officially got the out signal this time. Believes trying to make sure, just to confirm, Matt Geist was the last one out, just making sure we got the tracking right there. Ronald Swift is the next one in line though, but is 3 seconds adrift. Next time by should be the one out. Guzio currently needs to gain half a second to get up to Braden Heber to have a chance not to get eliminated in less than 2 laps time. And right now Heber is trying to fly like Batman to make sure he doesn't lose any more ground here.
He's running out of options as he's trying to do so. There you see him right there closing in on Derek Hastings as across the line. I think it's going to be Zuxilio eliminated from that one. Yes, 7 karts left to go. Heber's trying to hunt down the last of the Masters drivers of Derek Hastings.
Pushing hard right now. Zuxilio is now out. Braden Heber is trying to push hard. Can he get himself out of the cut line? Derek Hastings has set the fastest lap of the race, mind you, in the 50.5s. Here comes Heber, going to have, yes, He's going to have to push, though. Going to have to fly. This is going to be close for the cutoff. Hastings has the bubble for now. Heber trying to extend his run one more lap at least to hope for something.
Nope.
The answer is no. Braden Heber next out with Derek Hastings. Going to let him on go now with that time sequence. Just waiting for confirmation with time and scoring.
And Heber set the fastest lap of the race to try to make that work. So, and this is going to help, it's going to hinder Hastings because he's trying to catch up to both Addison Iannello and Beckham Lewis.
See the hands raised for Heber, nearly spun the card out because I think he just realized he was short. He's let Hastings go. Hastings next in line to fall out regardless here coming up.
This is going to be a fun little...
Heber does peel down. Hastings now done. So the next battle up, Beckham Lewis, Addison Iannello. They're heating up. Iannello sends it up the inside.
Great pass by Addison Iannello to hold on and get around Lewis for the 4th position, but Lewis sends it back in on the inside to complete the pass. Addison Iannello is running out of time as she tries to find a way to get around for position. Tucks up behind as Lewis goes on the defensive into the corner.
Will there be a chance for one more pass to extend the run for another lap, at least try and get a 4th place run out of this? Klein, she's got an advantage of 2 seconds over this. Looks to be safe until the closing stages now. Well,
she's going for more.
Yeah, trying to make some passes. In fact, has closed up the Degenhardt. Has made the pass. Is out this time. Addison Iannello is the cutoff. Next time by, Beckham Lewis will be that cutoff. So, Iannello 5th, 4th, Beckham Lewis seems to be what the running order will be. But the next grouping is going to be what's going to be curious. Keep an eye on these two. Klein has the advantage for now, but needs to put down even blistering times than what she's doing right now. Needs to close up a lot to get up to Henry Wheeler's buffer.
Well, she just set the fastest lap of the race last time by, so a 51.8 compared to Henry Wheeler's 50.52. Let's see what the times are as they cross the line this time. So long, Beckham Lewis, your time is up. Across the line, no major changes, though Klein has a lot of work to do to try to catch up to Henry Wheeler, but hold off Gavin Degenhardt in these final couple of laps.
It's going to take a lot of work here at this point. Degenhardt trying as they might. Try and close up. You can see Gavin Degenhardt trying to stay aerodynamic here, close the gap a little bit, go from there, but it's not going to be easy. Wheeler has had ups and downs today in 206. He's been able to wrangle his way up front, but now we're coming up through what will be final stretch coming up. Coming up to a 2-kart shootout this time through. Beckham Lewis is going to be knocked out. Degenhardt next up on the elimination. So it's the 1 on scoring. It's the 7:16 left. Down to a couple karts to win this race.
Waiting for final confirmation. White flag will be next time by for our drivers, for Wheeler and Klein. Degenhardt is doing everything he can to close the gap to Klein, but I think it's safe to say that he is running out of time. And for Jordan Klein, she's on a bit of a tear, but she is running out of options. She set the fastest lap of the race, but she's not able to keep pace with your race leader of Henry Wheeler.
We were just so good in the middle portions to be able to cut to the front, but white flag is out. 2-kart race. Henry Wheeler started this race dead last. Remember, had to chip away the gap for the lead by 0.6 a lap in the first place to be able to get up there, to get that 0 on track, to be a number 1 contender. Henry Wheeler just has a couple sectors to go.
Kicking in the afterburners a little bit right here as he continues to pull further and further away, stretching out that race lead. And for Henry Wheeler, tough break for him in some of the events that happened today, but he at least gets to bring home a trophy in the Australian Pursuit race for the 206. Henry Wheeler wins in the 206 category.
Does so by more than 2 seconds to get a trophy and gets to burn it on down. So Wheeler is victorious in our first of 2 Australian Pursuit races here on Kart Chaser. Jordan Klein second, Degenhart, Lewis, Iannello amongst the top 5. Some of the notables, Brendan Haber got to 7th. Matt Geist only finished 10th. Matthew Lyda down at 11th. And some of the drivers, like Ryan Crouch, didn't even get a true shot. They were knocked out very early in the order. Take a small break. We come back over the KA version of this race to close out the day. You're watching Kart Owini here on Kart Chaser.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix! James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars!
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrackracing.com.
Gee, looks like we're missing an engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
He's gonna make way. Okay, you're good.
I'm sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle. How the f*** did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Field just about set for our final Australian Pursuit race of the day. Justin Brits, Taylor Burris with you as we get set for a field of KA100s. To let it rip here, Taylor. Going to be an interesting field to see how things shake up to close up the day, but we've seen some intrigue with the back-to-front charges. Will we see that happen again, is the question.
It's a good chance that it might happen, but we got a lot of things that still will determine it here as everyone's excited for the last race of the day and release the carts. Away we go for our second pursuit race of the evening. And here is your starting lineup. Dante Rodriguez will start on the pole with Gavin Degenhart, Marcus Batschun, Emerson Blatt, Max Klein, Ryan Miller, Braden Heber, Shane Hambrick, Remy Andrados, Henry Wheeler, Ryan Crouch, Will Steele, Carter Thompson, and Logan Mueller. So no Masters drivers in the KA Pursuit race for this one.
Now the Masters taking part, yep, so see how things shake up. We have, just getting the rough count here on the math. Very bad at math. Oh my goodness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 is the total that we have ready to roll here. So a 14-lap race to decide who moves on here. Logan Mueller has been good short to mid-run. We'll see how well the qualifying tires are here. But it's just about time to go racing. Dante Rodriguez leads them to green. We're underway for Australian Pursuit Racing. They run the way through, and we have contact. 4, 5, 6 carts stopping on track in 2. And all sorts of carnage. How are things going to get sorted out there with the eliminations now? A disastrous start to this race. All while Degenhart amongst those who starts off with a big lunge ahead of everybody else. So Hornet's Nest on back, trying to find its way through.
Crazy excitement happening here on the opening lap as they work their way through up to the top of the hill to start the first lap. As another driver goes off, coming up to the hill, could not catch who it was as more drivers go off track.
Everybody having off-track moments here. Gavin Degenhart, Ryan Miller, Henry Wheeler, Ryan Crouch, and Logan Mueller. Your top 5 as they go. And eliminations are supposed to start this lap. 9th on back is well back of the rest of the field. Dante Rodriguez went from the front to the very back from the jump, just like our other pole sitter for the day for the Australian Pursuit races. Oh, some major slides. Wheeler not able to get the cart to grip.
He's struggling out there for some grip indeed as we watch the rest of the field work their way through. Braden Heber trying to see if he can go up the running order like he did in the 206 before he got eliminated and hopefully have a better finish as they come across the line. Here they work their way through. Who will be first eliminated? Will Steele, the first one looking to be that one. They come out of the final corner. And as they work their way through, give it to Max Klein, eliminated.
So drivers getting eliminated. Dante Rodriguez got the out marker. Start things off. Klein, believe still going for another lap though to correct there. So we'll get the really good answer here. Will Steele just got marked with an out though. The 975. Been marked out. He had been running an 11th last time through, so something going on with Steele's cart. Max Klein also can't confirm his out.
There's Will Steele out. Marcus Batschun will be the next driver on the chopping block to be eliminated. As he comes across the line, we'll wait and see if he gets eliminated this lap or the next. But Braden Heber in 10th has a little bit of work to do to catch up to Remy Andrados.
They've eliminated him officially this time. So Braden Heber is now on the bubble. He's the cart you see center screen. Trying to close right now on up to Remy Trianos. The gap, though, is insurmountable. Potential to close up in the span of 1 quarter unless you full throttle and cut every single quarter and still somehow land in front. Gavin Dagenhart's been uprooted from the top 5 down to 6, by the way, over the course of this lap. It's Brendan Heber who is the next eliminated. Heber is out.
Giving now the spot to Remy Andrados, the next kart to be eliminated in that 32 machine. And he is far away from Emerson Blatt. So I would have to say Emerson Blatt and Shane Hambrick would be the next ones to watch unless they make a mistake and Andrados can close in a couple of corners.
So Andrados needs some luck in. I don't think that luck's coming in. Henry Wheeler, by the way, has gone from the back to the front in all of this. He is leading by 4/10 over Logan Muir. Not as big of an advantage as the last race. Both of them went from the back to the front in this one. Andrados is now out of the race. Emerson Blatt, who is about a second back of the next year's kart, is the next one up on the chopping block pretty soon here. Blatt lost 4 spots from the initial start. Not able to really gain much from here on out. Trying to catch up to Shane Hambrick, but out of time to do much here. Shane Hambrick next to fall back, and then it becomes interesting from that point. As Blatt gets the cut coming off. Hold on 1 second, one driver off. That's Miller. Miller is off, and Miller will be the cut instead.
Oh my goodness, you never know what will happen, but it looks like he had some engine issues. That will now give Emerson Blatt one more chance of continuing on here.
Yes, Emerson Blatt does continue on, but the point was about to be made with Hambrick and Blatt get knocked out at this point. This battle going on with Wheeler, Muir, Thompson. Going to get interesting. Miller was in it too before that situation. There's a lot that can happen here with how aggressive the battling is about to be amongst these drivers when they get to that point here. It's going to be wild when you get to the closing stages here. Ryan Crouch is also closing in a little bit on this pack to join in. Emerson Blatt is done. He's officially crossed behind Shane Hambrick. Next up on the chopping block is Hambrick, and some battling up front. Wheeler gets uprooted.
Thompson with the 2-for-1 special to get around both Mueller and Wheeler. Wheeler gets back to the inside of Mueller to take over the second spot, and here comes Crouch.
Yeah, right now some contact with Wheeler up front again. Some sliding off some tracks. Off the racetrack, going in that situation with Logan Muir, able to still keep going, but has lost a ton of ground as a result here. Hambrick out on the chopping block, Dagenhart next up, and now it gets wild from the cutoff.
Yeah, it certainly is, because it's going to be Mueller, Crouch, and Wheeler battling for those final spots here in the closing stages as Thompson is trying to be the rabbit and run away from these hound dogs coming after him.
This is about to get interesting if it hasn't already. You can hear some of the cheers from the grandstands on the camera shots around here. Intensity levels picking up. More off tracks for Wheeler this time as Thompson builds a bigger buffer. The gap 1 second right now up front as Dagenhart's the cut. And next up is Logan Mueller, followed by Crouch and Wheeler as they run the order. Right now, Mueller is out of range of these top karts to hang on to their draft.
That is going to be a tough break as they work their way through. This is a battle to keep an eye on. Does Crouch have anything for Wheeler as they're running out of time, heading down the short chute over towards the final couple of corners, hitting their marks. Wheeler trying to dig deep. He wants to go for a chance to sweep the pursuit races.
Jordan Marquez out already on the pylons. He'll have to come on down. 2 to go, hearing on the headlines. P3 is out. It's Ryan Crouch is officially out. Henry Wheeler needs to charge it, needs to charge now, needs to find a lot of speed here. Will no longer have help when they come to the white flag here.
Here they come to make the run here, and Wheeler is doing everything, but it might be too little too late. And unless Thompson makes a mistake in the final couple of corners, he is going to try everything. Snakes his way through. The gap is less than a second, but only with 2 corners to go. It might be too little too late.
So white flag is out. Final time around, this time through. Wheeler trying to use the draft to close up to Carter Thompson. Last time through, 4/10 picked up by Wheeler. Is that going to be enough here? He needs it again.
He's got to do it again and dig deep for that final push as he makes the run. Thompson, though, really making sure he can hold on and maintain the race lead as they come out of the first hairpin down the short chute. And Wheeler losing a little bit of touch. It's about 6 kart lengths separating the two as they make the run to the final corners.
Where will things stack up in the end? Right now, Wheeler needs a massive lunge. He doesn't go for it. He's not close enough to fully get there. Coming up to the checker flag, Carter Thompson puts his head down and wins the Australian Pursuit race for KA. Wheeler second, Crouch, Mueller, and Degenhardt get the top 5. It's Carter Thompson, who's amongst those able to charge up 12 positions, who takes the victory. Hambrick 6, Blatt, Miller, Andrianos, and Heber the top 10 in this one, Taylor. Your thoughts on today as Australian Pursuit closes out the day?
It's been an incredible day for those of us here at the track. We saw some exciting racing action in all of our categories, and I got to say the Australian Pursuit races brought home a great way to cap off the action here for Saturday's event of Kartoween on track. But don't forget, y'all have the Trunk or Treat event as well as the Chili Cook-Off. So enjoy some good scares, some good food, and some good candy, and we will see you guys tomorrow morning.
This broadcast is the sole property of Kart Chaser Group, LLC. Any rebroadcast, reproduction, or other use of the images, audio, or accounts of this event, in whole or in part, without the expressed written consent of Kart Chaser Group, LLC is strictly prohibited. Thanks for watching.